Welcome back to the 2024 PMSL SEA Fall. I'm your host Windy for today, and sitting beside me we have two amazing players from Create VIP. Please welcome Iron Pro and Helton. Hi.
Hello.
So, I think I'm going to Iron Pro first. So, Iron Pro, despite not making it directly, your performance has been impressive. What is your strategy for today to ensure you don't miss out on Super Sunday again?
Okay, walaupun tak dapat melayakkan diri straight pergi ke Super Sunday, tapi tak boleh lupakan jugalah performance Create VIP ni tengah dalam keadaan yang sangat-sangat baik. So, apa strategi Iron Pro dan juga kawan-kawan untuk memastikan yang korang layak ke Super Sunday pada hari ni?
Macam minggu pertama kita orang agak macam main takut-takut sikit, and then slowly kita orang cuba carikan momentum, and kalau boleh hari ni nak konsisten and lebih berani ambil fight lah.
So I admit that we are slow starter compared to week 1. Week 1 we a bit afraid to take a fight, but then yes, for our today plan is basically we are trying to stay consistent as much as we can, and yes, we need to be able to be much more aggressive a bit compared to our previous game.
Oh, and I also hope that your plans can work out for today, but Besides strategy, like what else you need? How about mentality?
Selain daripada strategi, apa lagi yang Ian dan kawan-kawan perlukan? Adakah itu daripada segi mentality ke?
Macam saya selalu cakap dekat teammate, jangan pernah takut dengan orang lain. Sebab bagi saya semua sama je. Cara tembak orang tu sama. Cuma mental kita je lain, berbeza dengan orang. Dan kalau boleh, kita kena pede lah, confident.
So yeah, I've been telling my teammates to not to scared to others players. Yeah, I mean we all are equal in terms of firepower, in terms of strategy. We are equal. It's only different between our mindset and mentality. So I just ask them to be confident. Yeah.
Yes, confident mentality, like it's winning factors if you want to win this PMSL. So good luck. And Iron Pro in this season with the additions of Helton and Aboy, what differences do you feel in the team compared to previous seasons?
Okay, Ian, boleh cerita tak apa perbezaan line up kali ini dengan kemasukannya Aboy dan juga Helton dibandingkan dengan season yang sebelum ni?
Macam season sebelum ni, kita orang banyak kalah dari segi team fight. And dari situ kita orang fikir mungkin kita orang kena tambah lagi dari segi firepower and juga support kita orang, which is return support, and Aboy tu lebih kepada macam Russia and Frega.
What we realized from last season, we realized that we are not that good in terms of firepower. So I think we need to add on another firepower and support player, which is yes, Helton is our support player and Aboy is our Frega.
Yes, and also hope that your result could be better in the season. And for the last thing, speaking of Helton and Aboy, I want to know what are their role in game that will make you perform better for this season.
Okay, boleh ceritakan lebih detail tak Aboy punya role dan juga Helton punya role?
Macam Aboy dia lebih kepada fragging, and selalunya dia yang selalu push orang, team fight apa semua. And Helton mostly dia akan main belakang lah, yang cover fire semua macam tu lah. And itu ya.
I would say Aboy is our frontline player, so he just gonna do what frontline players always do. But then in terms of Helton, he's our anchor. So basically, he just gonna overwatch us. He gonna support us from behind. So yeah, that's it.
Yes, and I think that you found a missing puzzle on your team. So good luck for today's matches. And now let's move on to Helton. So Helton, after you taking a 2 seasons break from the competitions, how has it been adjusting to this new team, and what has the transition back in the competitive play been like for you?
Okay, selepas 2 season break, Helton mula comeback balik. Boleh ceritakan tak macam mana proses Helton mengadaptasi dengan permainan sekarang dan juga mencari chemistry bersama Creep VIP?
Untuk saya adapt balik gameplay untuk season ni, saya mostly untuk 2 season saya tak main PMSL. Saya grind balik daripada PMCS, and dekat situ saya boleh katakan banyak belajar dari segi rotation, position, and banyak lagi lah. And dan juga boleh katakan meta untuk PMSL kali ni banyak berubah berbandingnya waktu saya bermain dulu. And mostly sekarang saya cuba untuk lagi menonjol daripada segi, boleh katakan saya cuba untuk menjadi multi role and tak fokus pada satu role saja.
So what I've been doing for the past 2 seasons is basically I've been grinding so much in terms of PUBG Mobile. And yes, I've been playing in PMCS as well. There's a lot of things that I learned in PMCS in terms of positioning, in terms of strategy and whatnot. So yeah, in terms of this PMSL, yeah, I noticed that there's a bit different compared to my time when I'm playing PMSL. Yeah.
And since you're the newest player for Create VIP, did you find like any difficulties like to build connection at first?
Ya, dengan kemasukan kepada Create VIP ni kan baru, ada tak rasa susah untuk dapatkan connection dengan player-player lain daripada segi chemistry?
Daripada segi chemistry antara saya, Iron Pro dengan Putra, boleh katakan dah biasa sebab selalu bermain, and Putra pun pernah jadi teammate saya, and Iron pun saya boleh katakan pernah bermain bersama. Cuma Aboy je lah saya kena build lagi banyak chemistry dengan dia, and kena banyak connection dengan dia lah.
So in terms of Putra, Iron Pro and Putra Iron Pro with me is basically I've been playing with them. I already know their play style. We already got that chemistry. But then in terms of our boy, I think we need to build much more confident or much more connection between both of us. Yeah.
Wow, great. And for the last things, is there any difference about the game that you mentioned meta earlier? Did your teams handling it well for the current meta?
Okay, so apa yang Hilton cakap tadi, perbezaan antara meta daripada season sekarang dan juga season sebelum ni, ada tak Creep VIP ni menemukan masalah, ada counter problem dengan meta-meta sekarang?
Untuk masalah tu mestilah ada, and kita orang cuba atasi benda tu secara secepat mungkin, and kita orang try untuk adapt lagi dengan lobby sekarang, sebab mostly lobby sekarang ni boleh katakan banyak bermain lebih agresif berbanding season lepas.
So of course, yes, we're having difficulties and problems from this current meta. Because what I can tell is this lobby basically they play aggressive, they play a bit fast, so we need to adapt every single moment. So yeah.
And one last thing, is there any tips to handling this lobby?
Ada tak tips untuk handle this lobby? Nak ni lah, orang kata nak menemu lobby ni macam ni, apa nak kena buat sebenarnya?
Untuk atasi lobby PMSL ni, kita orang kena lebih confident lah, kena step forward ke depan lah untuk analisis setiap game and review balik game, and kita orang try untuk mencari idea lebih ke hadapan.
So basically to encounter this problem, this lobby, basically you need to be much more creative, and of course confidence is the key. Basically we need to be confident enough in order to take our step to going much more further.
Yes, and I do agree that confidence is the key, everyone. So thank you so much for this amazing interview, everyone. So this is the last chance day, and who will rise to the occasion and seize their moment. And now let's turn it over to the casters to see how the match unfolds.
Confidence and creativity, that is the key, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to the PUBG Mobile Super League. This time it is still Southeast Asia for 2024, but we are in the Battle Royale mode together with me, Sir Cloud, and the wonderful Choo Choo, and we will be watching the last chance qualifiers for week 2 today.
Yeah, but when it comes to the last chance stage, we're definitely down to the teams that seems to be repeating itself. Unfortunately, VIP will be one of them. But at least if you compare with last week, their chances seem to be better and a bit brighter for the end of the tunnel. But it means there's some teams that will not make it for week number 2 as well.
Yeah, and there will definitely be trade-offs here, right? Some teams will make it, some teams will not. Some teams make week 1 and might not make week 2. So this will be interesting for us to find out later on. And for Crit VIP, their points are not bad. I mean, they walk into the last qualifiers pretty comfortable here. I'll be a little bit more worried for some of the teams that are at the borderline, in which we'll review the numbers again later. But it is going to be the same as for last week. We're going to only play 6 games to determine who will get the ticket into second week Super Sunday.
Yeah, well, speaking of Super Sunday, which means also the carry forward points come out from the teams. At the very bottom, unfortunately, it's going to be only one team with a 30-ish sort of start coming out from PA. Now, definitely have a bit of revamp, and when it comes to their points starting off, I think it's better than before. But for TALON, RQ, Crit VIP, Flash, even VOIN Donkey, I would say even down to OT Esports Team Secret, they're definitely having a very comfortable start here.
Yeah, definitely here with more than 50 points, I would say. But there are a lot of teams with more than 50 points as well, if you think about it. So, I don't know, maybe a surprise swap here. Maybe even like PEA that can come up with a surprise, although they are only at 35 points. But we'll talk about that in a little bit more later as we check out the format. So today we are at the last chance qualifiers. Only the top 8 will move into Super Sunday, and they will meet with the top teams from the group stages there who are currently waiting, and today they're taking a break. And in the Super Sunday, this is where the league points will be earned to decide who will be in the grand finals.
Now we're gonna have to rewatch our highlight when it comes to yesterday's performance. The Lions have their sudden rise when it comes to the last day yesterday. And with that performance as well, they push themselves up to their first week Super Sunday in week number 2. And also don't forget about the other teams that we mentioned yesterday as well. BTR, such a high when it comes to closing out the day yesterday.
Yeah, they didn't really need the final chicken dinner, but they still went in for it. I guess they had the idea of having the good vibes as they closed out yesterday and bringing the momentum towards the Super Sunday later on. And Alliance as well, we have to welcome them into the Super Sunday for the first time. They qualified directly from the group stages, and they did put on a great performance yesterday.
Yep. Oh, but Satar yesterday. I mean, like, Satar were known back in the days as the most longest survivor in his lineup. But Zaxi coming up, I mean, one of the best plays. But Satar, you have to give a lot of credit. Yesterday, he pulled such a clutch for the team too.
Yeah, Satar. There was this one time I remember in the final game that he came up with a brilliant jump shot, and it was not only stylish but also helped them to win fights. So still definitely at his prime performance. This player who has been with the team for quite a while, and in terms of performance, there wasn't a season where he dropped. But we're going to compare the two teams that will be fighting for slots here today: Crit VIP and RRQ.
And both teams coming up from the same group, Group C, at the same points as well. Starting off our last chance here at 67 points. But when it comes to eliminations, we have to give it to Crit VIP. I mean, RRQ, when it comes to placement points, yes, they play well when it comes to rotation. And top 4 rate, they always survive at the top 4. Even Snape got the elimination leader compared to Iron Pro. But RRQ, they botched it 3 maps in a row in their last run day during the group stage.
Well, that means that they have to play today. They needed to collect 15 points in 3 games, but they failed to do so. But today is a fresh start for them. But checking out the top sign-up performance for teams that are playing today. So we do have a VOIN Donkey, GEEK Fam, 7-9 as well as TALON up here. And based out of the stats, VOIN Donkeys, they have secured 2 chicken dinners. But for GEEK Fam, their average damage is the highest, leading teams behind by more than 1,000.
Yeah, but unfortunately, GEEK Fam, when it comes to eliminations, I have to say their week 1 performance is way better. But when it comes to damage output, they put a lot of work. But it's always going to be third-party plays by the end of the day to win it for the chicken dinner. But for today's matches, we're going to have the same rotation of the match, starting with Sanhok. Then we get into our triple Erangel and wrapping out the day with a double Miramar. But don't forget, adjust your time zone because this is based on GMT plus 7.
Yep, and the sequence is going to be the same. We're going to play the first 3 games back to back, and then we will have a break in between before we come back for the second half, restarting in Erangel and ending the day with the 2 Miramar. So the one and only Sanhok will be played today, and Alter Ego, they favor Sanhok, they love Sanhok so much, they will not be playing in this game. Expect some other teams to be playing in Alter Ego's drop spot, but whether they can be as successful at Alter Ego or not, then it's yet to see.
Yep, Alter Ego, I think it's okay for us to crown them as kings of Sanhok since they scored the most chicken and Sanhok. A lot of Sanhok be taken over by them. Last time, we remember they got themselves 3 chickens so far across the entirety of this tournament just in Sanhok. But speaking of the teams to focus by 2 of us here, for me personally, I would say a lot when it comes to the teams that didn't make it through week 1 and week 2. But I have to squeeze in Boom there as well, because Boom, they cannot afford to not get into this Super Sunday, because when it comes to the overall league, even their week 1 wasn't so great.
And the week 1 during the Super Sunday was a bit underwhelming, I must say. For my pick, well, I picked the bottom teams right now from the last chance qualifiers, just to see if a dramatic entrance can happen for any of these teams. Infinity, XERXIA, as well as PEA, the bottom 3 teams, and be looking forward to see if there will be a storyline related to the great escape from any of those teams.
Speaking of great escape, RRQ, they had a great escape of this last chance, but unfortunately, maybe it's just meant to be for them to play this one now. They didn't get 2 days back-to-back of a break. But don't forget about Boom. I don't know what happened to Boom. Boom this season seems to be... I don't know, are they testing something new? Is there something super wrong? But Yami's definitely as calm, as cool as a cucumber. You can see him always smiles, always looking like calm as always.
Yeah, even during the PMWC, they still did fairly well. But coming into this season's PMSL, they're not able to bring the momentum. It feels like something have been cut somewhere in between, that we don't see the same level of performance from Boom Esports. But if they somehow are able to get into the Super Sunday after today, then at least job is done. And then the new conversation will happen by tomorrow again.
Yep, tomorrow is going to be a grindy day, and tomorrow is going to be the most super important day for the teams to get their PMGC League points as well. Don't forget about that. They still have another tournament at stake. If these guys are still not waking up from their slumber, I assume week number 2 should be the call for them. And speaking of which, the first map of Sanhok is hitting us very soon.
Oh yeah, that as well as the top 5 slots in the grand finals to be in this year's PMGC. So teams will be eyeing for both of that. Yeah, definitely. And for them to collect points, PMGC points itself, they have to qualify to every stage, including the grand finals, for them to have good shot into the PMGC directly. So, without further ado, we will be jumping onto our first game inside of Sanhok for the last chance qualifiers, and this will be the only Sanhok match that will be played by all these teams. Expect it to be havoc because it is going to be a do or die mission for them. Without further ado, let's go.
Let's set up and ready to go, because it's going to be only 8 teams from here on to march into the Super Sunday. Another 8 teams to join in the top 8 that we had yesterday. A very limited amount of slots, aren't we? But it's all down to get the best points by the end of this run. One more grind before we're heading to tomorrow's Super Sunday. And speaking of which, flight path wise, we had quite a number of tree island circle. That's gonna be a lot on top of Painan. We had that around Bootcamp before. I mean, we never had somewhere on north yet, Cloud.
Yeah, like all the way up to like Cow, that sort of area, or even like Hartin. We haven't seen that sort of circle in this season's PMSL before. Now, we'll be hoping for something fresh, something new. But generally in Sanhok, the circles have been rather difficult, and of course it's entertaining for us, but not so entertaining for the teams. I'm keeping my eye onto the Kampong area. I noticed that Roy is on top of another team, so possibly there might be 2 teams inside of Kampong, and that's where we might see the first fight. But we're already seeing the first fight in the southern side of Camp Charlie.
PA and Team Flash both having a bit of a trade-off way early on the Camp Charlie side. It seems like super interesting here. Back to the side of Team Flash, no casualty yet except for one knockdown, but unfortunately PA, I mean, they are the one with the least amount of points starting off our day here.
Yeah, and that's a quick execution there by Team Flash on the PEA. So 5 more games to go for PEA to come out with a great escape. And let's not forget, PEA, they are one of the teams that missed out on week 1's Super Sunday. So not coming into week 2 Super Sunday is almost a non-negotiable for them. But we have here Crit VIP and Roy and Kampong.
Crit VIP do have better standings compared to Roy, but firepower-wise, I'm going to take that back. I was going to say Roy pretty good himself, but that was a big one from Putra.
Juke got a knockdown onto Iron Pro, and Iron Pro take it out. Putra knocked down to his knees. And now Roy, they seem to be coming back. They managed to even up the odds. 2v2 at this moment inside of Kampong.
Despite they had some slight upper hand advantage before thanks to Putra, but Roy knows how to play the game too. It's 2v2 and Kamo is still quite a far place to, go to as the next circle, and GEEK surprised them from the outside, but TODAK's nearby. I don't know if they are interested to be the third party here. With a Vector in his hand, GEEK is waiting for his teammate to wrap around the other side of a corner.
Yeah, so at this moment, it looks like it's going to be a small stalemate, but I expect things to continue to flow. Since like what you said, right? It's quite far away. But nice nade by Helden onto the other building to knock down Ka, leaving GEEK alone. But we have seen GEEK putting out a good performance. Now he has to do it against the two members of Crit VIP, and GEEK will go down. Crit VIP will be the king of Kampong.
Yep, and for Crit VIP, that's definitely going to be 4 advantages of their starting points. Alongside with Team Flash, seems like our second and third place definitely have a very comfortable start compared to the others. And RRQ also seems to be having some skirmishes. Surprisingly, our top 5 teams happen to be having a lot of havoc since the start of Sanhok.
Yeah, I mean, we got like 2 teams eliminated by now, and one of them is Roy. So if you look at the overall, Roy is one of the teams by the borderline. And teams like MORPH, TODAK, Sem9, GEEK Fam, Boom. I mean, there's so many teams that will want to take over Roy's position.
Yep, and it's just less than 5 points away, by the way. That's simply a flip of a coin for them in any time. Now, speaking of any time, Crit VIP, next visitors. We did see TODAK early on the outskirts of Kampong. Finally, they reached their destination. It's going to be 2v4 for TODAK. I mean, number-wise, definitely have advantage, but Crit VIP, can they outplay these guys with their positions?
Oh, well, 2v4. The numbers don't favor Crit VIP. The math is pretty simple here. And that's where TODAK, they probably have the information. They saw the elimination feed, and now they're rushing on to the second floor. Our boy is there. He get one knockdown with the DBS. He gets another knockdown. And our boy secures those elimination points. Could this be a big comeback here by Crit VIP? Our boy jumps out to the rooftop of the outside of this building, goes down to the ground floor, and now they keep TODAK inside of it.
He just, oh my god, 9 getting on Helton. Unfortunately, that's going to be a complete obliteration. It's back to 1v1. What a start here in Crit VIP. I'm loving this. Despite Helton mentioned before they need to work things out, his chemistry with our boy, I think that was, well, one of the most perfect sync after that knockdown follow up by that nade tossing into cleanup and execution. That was a clean one just now. Unfortunately, it's down to 1v1.
Well, fortunate for our boy is that he found first aid, so now he can reset himself. Whether he will go back in for the fight, well, it'll depend on to our boy. Is it going to be worth it? Oh, wait a second. Oh, two! Guys, this area, this campo is not in the circle. What is everyone doing here?
I don't know. There's like, what, 5 teams now that are going through Kampong. I don't know what is going on, but it feels like it's the hottest spot in the map right now. Feels like it is the last circle, perhaps. And it's still stage number 1, Cloud. This is ridiculous to have this sort of start in Sanhok, and it's on Kampong.
Absolutely. Are you kidding me? Somebody explain to me. Why is everyone here when it's not in the circle? When the blue will arrive? Yes, the elimination feed rolled, but is it going to be worth it? I don't know about that. But okay, we'll digest that in a little bit more as we check out what's happening here with Megamind for XERXIA.
It seems like he's alone by himself here, but XERXIA, the rest of the crew is, yeah, what? Played by Megamind. Just surprised right in front of him. TALON, Yoru, unfortunately, we don't see a lot of Yoru these days. It's always been taken out quite early. And Crit VIP, at least they ended their run with 7 eliminations. There's still a lot of points down there. Secured their placement up there at 74 for first Sanhok Mac. But for 9, though, he barely got enough to live by.
Yeah, he does have 4 first aids though, and that's pretty much about it. But he's ready to try to take down Amazal. Amazal on the ground floor. The other members of O2 have arrived, and 9 not able to land the shot. Okay, he got 1, but not able to get the second one, and he will be eliminated. TODAK out.
They travel all the way to Kampong, only found one victim there for O2 Esports. A bit later, I mean, but so many teams going by Kampong, we have to revisit our replay later on because the circle seems to be comprised of these 3 islands. And it's always going to be the common circle that we had these days, right? It's between boot camp or north of ruins or even south of Kamalfa. So everybody try to be as center as possible.
Yeah, Alter Ego wouldn't mind playing this sort of circle. But also to note that our boy actually did not survive. He got eliminated somehow when we were looking at XERXIA. So Crit VIP out, but they got 7 points together with them. Now, if we were to look at the past data, the magical number for the last chance qualifiers is 90 based on the past data. So with Grid VIP, now they have 74 points. They are edging closer to the magical number.
But the magical number might be very tight as well when it comes to this week, due to how small the gap down to even 13 plays. I mean, for Infinity, XERXIA and PEA, especially PEA, they cannot afford to get eliminated way early after this map back-to-back. I don't know how they're going to pull it off, but they definitely have a lot to work with. But from Boom onwards, it's still possible at this rate.
Yeah, and that could change. I mean, that's just based on previous data, and some people call it an ERP. But if the numbers do change, we will want to see like what's the average for week number 3. So that will be pretty interesting for us to observe. Or speaking about observing, so Team Secret, they are pretty safe in the circle. They're okay. It comprises of 3 islands. So if you have a key position by the river, that will be the best in case the circle does go to any other island other than yours.
Yep, I think that's going to be a lot of case for the teams on each of the island by now. And probably going to have some small patch of island for last few circles too. Who knows, right? When it comes to Sanhok, it's so unpredictable. It's heavily dependent on circle 2. It's based on the last few circles. It still comprises of 3 island. Next few stages, it really down to that 5% of luck that can contribute to its 90% by the end of the day. But O2 Esports, after they got that 1 eliminations on Kampong, which is quite awkward and unusual for us to see so many teams on top of Kampong. Now they're finally migrating themselves into slowly getting into the rim of the circle. And speaking of which, Cloud, I mean, do you think XERXIA can make it through still when it comes to the 40 points and below, or just around 40 points at the start of our day?
Points wise, with the amount of games, yeah, it is mathematically doable. And at least simple early sign is that they got the first elimination, as we saw early on against TALON. So they could potentially still make the great escape.
No, we're gonna have to wait and see as GEEK Fam managed to knock down on Ruins. MORPH been waiting them for quite a bit. I don't know why Audrey is there by himself, but usually Audrey always accompanied by Damn Root. So where are the rest of GEEK Fam? They just left. It seemed Audrey was the last person to leave the compound, but unfortunately he just didn't make it through.
I'm more interested to see what the circle is going to be about, and we still have 3 islands in the circle now. Team Flash is still spending time in the blue, and we're talking about stage 3. If they move anywhere forward, then it's going to be O2, but they do have vehicles with them, so they have the option of rotating down to the Ruins Island, and they seem to have that idea just to avoid the potential gatekeeping by O2.
Speaking of gatekeeping, bridge camping is going to be one of the options if they want to go for it. There's a couple of bridges left and right, north and eastern side, based on the circle migrating just now. So I want to see if RQ going to play the bridge circle, because also when it comes to some teams, they specialize in bridge camping. So RQ, one of the well-known team when it comes to being the gatekeepers for the other teams getting into the center.
Yeah, so it will be interesting to see if that actually happens, right? And if that happens, then it's going to be a potential of more points to be collected. For Team Flash, since they will be the one to come in later, there is a potential that they might need to take fights. But with their intention of moving towards the Ruins side, it looks like they will be able to avoid fights. Yeah, they're on the outskirts of Ruin by now, and based on the minimap, we don't see any other team gatekeeping them.
Yep. But RQ, Snape's the first person we're looking at on top of this bridge. MORPH and Team Flash. MORPH quite splitted about though. One of them actually across the other side of a bridge, and the other three is actually taking the high grounds on the outskirts. But Pina still be up to contention for the teams that try to take as much space and land as possible. So for RQ, I mean, they definitely learned their hard lesson this week, right? After that last run for their day of group stage, now they definitely want to push as much number as possible, and you know, just chill it till the second half of the day. Maybe that's gonna be the plan.
Yeah, they have 6 games to redeem themselves, and they are pretty nice up there, but 6 games to redeem themselves. If they can't do it within these 6 games, I mean, I don't know what sort of RRQ am I watching. So I'll give them the benefit of the doubt that they should be able to do it with the status that they are RRQ, and also with the 6 games. It should be a doable situation for them. But they got to start off this round in Sanhok by trying to defend their ground against O2.
And O2 just tap on the northern side of Painan, now slightly on the outskirts. They will have to take the fight if the circle shifted away later on. If the circle hard shift to a slightly north, then like it or not, for O2 Esports, this is going to be a forced fight. But problem with RNQ, they're quite splitted on 2-2 formation. Another 2 on a different island. Yeah, and the circle just shifted away. Now, you'd see that all the crew of RNQ reunite with the rest of them on the other side of the bridge. But at least on the side of RNQ, despite they only have 2 at the back on top of Painan, they still managed to defend it, taking 1 player out from O2 Esports.
Well, looks like O2 they fire back as Nepeko is now down on his knees. But no elimination yet by O2. And O2, they might be considering to move away, but Snape will knock down Kid from afar as he tried to get into his vehicle to try to get away to another location. Now Snape will need to secure that elimination point, but the blue is also doing its work.
Talon, on the other hand, they lost Yoda way early before, down to only 2 players stands. Yummy, mate, Boom, what is happening? What is happening to Boom?
Boom are absolutely not fans of Sanhok. They hardly do well in Sanhok, and I'm sure they wish that Sanhok doesn't exist for them, but it is what it is. And Boom will go out without any points. A lot of fans will be worried about Boom Esports as of now. But for Team Secret, they fight back against XERXIA. Now XERXIA, they need to secure these crucial points against Team Secret.
And Team Secret was trying to take the sniper tower right on top of this peak of the mountain, but a bit too late. Interrupt and disrupted by XERXIA for their rotation just now. And XERXIA playing with the structures that's available for them, going around the rocks, and that's going to be Die Hard securing those eliminations. And we don't have Mega Earth playing. It's been a while we actually have Die Hard in this tournament.
Yeah, he's been taking more of a coaching role before this, and he comes in occasionally when needed. And I personally do like Die Hard as a player. I'm glad to see him in the lineup, and they're putting in him when they truly need a performance. And so far, it's okay for XERXIA. Yes, they lost 2, but they scored 3 eliminations, and they're still in the game.
I mean, like, Die Hard is something else. He didn't actually play. I think he didn't even play day 1. Today probably gonna be his debut, but sorry if I missed any of his days playing. But it means that he doesn't need any warming up at all to actually perform for the team. 2 eliminations by himself. But next, back towards the bridge of Painan area, where we do have our Akira still bridge camping. They barely got enough side of the circle, and MORPH will be the one that's stopping them from advancing later on. They have one the back side Flippy knocked down, but the one that actually do deal a lot of trouble for them, it will be the ones inside of compounds.
Oh, and the circle went towards the Ruins Island entirely. So whoever has that compound, especially the L House, which is held by VOIN Donkeys, is there in the good position. But for RRQ, can't say the same. They don't have the circle. They have to move away, but at the same time, they want to gatekeep a Team Swarm coming in. And No Mercy should be able to pick up Snape. That shouldn't be a problem. But on the other side, XERXIA eliminated, not by RRQ, but by TALON.
Wow. Talon, despite they had some run against a couple of teams, including Boom just now, they managed to reset himself quickly. But for MORPH, I mean, RQ still managed to cross over the other side, and now they will have to force their way through MORPH, like it or not, because they're pretty far themselves from the circle.
Yeah, and it doesn't help that it is stage 5 with the blue behind them, as MORPH will continue to play the gatekeeping role. These are points that MORPH is able to take away. RRQ, the only way through is for them to fight and also win it against MORPH, but it's going to be looking unlikely for them to be able to do so with the blue putting pressure onto them. But now we have VOIN Donkeys as they became the immigration in the L house.
VOIN Donkey been taking some taps across the other side of the island for some time now. They keep tapping it with some third-party plays, but unfortunately another one bites the dust. Make it two back-to-back. Two teams out to Esports and RRQ seems to be going down. I kind of get it for the side of RRQ. They are in the blue, but next will be MORPH. Flippy managed to get a reset, but problem is it's down to only one player left.
That's a nade there, and now MORPH need to defend the high ground. Batman will secure another elimination point out of a GEEK fam. And now they're playing by the edge of the circle. They made that long rotation, by the way, into the Ruins Island from the main peninsula. And so far, it's paying dividends to them. But the next challenger is going to be MORPH.
For more of any consolation out of this, probably they're going to get a couple of knockdowns, but at least they can get a reset on their players because Yul is a bit busy dealing these shots by himself. So that bought them quite some time, and they managed to stand back up as a trio, perhaps. Flippy is coming up from a flank alongside with Zero, but I think Team Flash don't want to commit too long with this fight, knowing the fact that the circle in the center will be in an open space, some hill, but Yul got shot from the back.
Oh, by Misery from TALON. And MORPH, 2 active players left. And both of them are on the outside of the circle. Now with that one knock, it's going to be rather difficult for them to come in because all eyes will be on the side of Yul. And Yul, he's still bleeding out. He's calling out for help. MORPH, they probably don't have a choice. They have to go for it.
Flippy. They're trying to revive on Yul again, and Zero trying to see if there's anybody nearby. Talon on there, then always surprise somebody from behind. Next, this is going to be a good contender against them. VOIN Donkey, who has been playing a lot of third party with 5 eliminations, while Talon at a 4. Team Flash, on the other hand, they have a full squad, a DBS, and 6 eliminations. But VOIN Donkey and Talon, will they cancel each other out?
Yeah, as the circle shifted away, VOIN Donkey is forced to leave the L house. Talon came by, and for Misery to be saved, it's going to be almost impossible. Yep, he goes out, and the point is officially given to Razak. Well, another fight's happening on the mini screen involving Team Flash and also MORPH. Razak eliminated with a 1v1 against Axel, and Axel not able to get away from the blue in time.
It was 2v1, but you know, they did cancel each other and nobody else actually take part of that fight. But Team Flash down to 3 players, and we have only our top 4 now. I mean, numbers-wise, Team Flash definitely got it. They even got those eliminations up there. Sem9 down to 2, while GEEK fam, that's pretty low for the last man standing.
Yeah, Team Flash, if they score this chicken dinner, they'll put themselves in a very comfortable spot. But they have to wrap things up now, up against MORPH with 1, GEEK fam 1, and Sem9 with 2. So at this moment, if we look at their position by the circle, not too bad. And they are even locking out Damroot now, who's still on the outside of it.
Back to 4, 8 eliminations. Team Flash, they're going to push all the way up there with their numbers. Yeah, definitely got themselves a comfortable start as long as they can secure this chicken dinner. Damroot, last man standing on the western side of the circle, but Sem9 do get himself quite in the center. But problem is they don't have enough manpower.
Oh, that is it. Damroot, nowhere to go, nowhere to hide with the blue behind him. He might deny the point away to the blue, but Team Flash don't want to let that happen. They want those points. Damroot, last tick of health, and Gosu will make sure that point is not denied away.
Team Flash, the odds for them for the chicken are getting better now. Probably around 89% of chicken dinner percentage, but Sem9 do have slight information on Team Flash, but the curves between these very 2 small hills it's going to be still difficult for them to spot out that one particular player of MORPH.
Yeah, that one player of MORPH will definitely stay as quiet as possible now that Sem9 is focused onto Team Flash. So he's hoping to secure at least second place. Sem9 Depth together with Yuhai. Now they try to circle around, but the space does not allow them to do so. So this is going to be a direct frontal fight. Yuhai gets knocked down to Tuyul, and Depth tries to secure one. Okay, right in front of him is one target. He ends up with the AK. He sees Guang. Guang knocked down by Depth.
Now, can he score another one? It's 2v4 just now, slowly coming in, but Zeus toss the neck, cook it up, and prepping. Here comes a push, and it's 100% now. Chicken dinner without any trade on the side of Team Flash, despite they had that one knockdown, but did not translate into a point by Sem9. Team Flash, they secure themselves with a double-digit chicken dinner, and what elimination, and a great run for Team Flash.
And also got to give to their rotation as well by rotating from the main peninsula towards the ruins island to get into the circle unchallenged. And instead, after getting into the circle, they became the gatekeepers for other teams. It made it difficult for them. Now, looking at numbers, and they managed to secure 11 elimination points, so 21 points for Team Flash, bringing them up to 84 points in total.
I mean, if they have another run like this for Team Flash, I can assume it's going to be 100% safe for them to see them tomorrow again. All they need to do is just secure those points just a tiny bit more in the next Erangel map. But what a play! Did not actually trade anybody with the other teams. It was a flawless run by Team Flash.
Yeah, and it is a great run for Batman, who's MVP this round from Team Flash. 4 eliminations, 614 damage, 123 damage received, 34% team contribution, and a survival time of 21 minutes 31 seconds. And Batman, quite clearly, he came out with the most numbers, but it is also teamwork that brought them this chicken dinner without losing any players.
For the other teams that joined in for the top 4 just now, MORPH, TALON, and also Sem9. Sem9 did not secure too much of eliminations, but they definitely have some better placement points by the end of this round. And for the also VOIN, I think you should put up as well. They've been playing a lot of third party, but let's relive the highlight of our Sanhok.
And after winning the early fight inside the Camp Charlie, they rotated towards the main peninsula. They saw that they were gate capped by O2. They moved back in through ruins into the circle to score this chicken dinner. Team Flash with 21 points secured, followed by MORPH with 11 points as part of the double-digit club.
For the rest of the team with no placement points, it's going to be Creep VIP at 7 eliminations, and we witnessed how they actually made sort of a comeback. It was 2v4 before that against TODAK, where Creep VIP managed. I think that's a big nade by Helton, follow up by our boy as well. What a good play, and sink in like it's no problem between these two players despite the interview early on. But unfortunately for Boom and PA, now there's so many question marks on top of Boom performance despite their 3v4 against talent players just now. And PA, I mean, they need to go back to the drawing board because they might miss 2 weeks in a row for Super Sunday.
Yeah, I mean, it is going to be final 5 games for PEA, so they have to truly come up with a big performance here to make the great escape. But also at the same time, they have to hope for teams at the borderline to not really perform. Now looking at the overalls here, PEA is still stuck at 35 points. XERXIA is just next to them with 40 points. The Infinity 42 and Boom with 50. So at least for Boom, it still looks kind of doable because we still have 5 more games to go, and understandably they are not fans of Sanhok, so they'll be happier to play inside of Erangel after this.
With 5 more maps to go, if they get an average 10 to 7 points each, that's going to be a-okay. Batman, Team Flash, and TALON Axel is going to be the comparison between these two players. TALON Axel is playing such a well prepped for fights. Axel, I mean, he did got a couple of clutches by himself. I mean, for the side of Team Flash, the rotation they made just now back into the blue zone just to avoid those early conflicts and take their chances of tanking the blue early did pay so well with those scores.
Yeah, and who played well with the scores? It is Team Flash, of course. 11 eliminations by them as the top fragging team, followed by Good VIP with 7, and we have MORPH and TALON, both of them with 6 eliminations. So that is the Sanhok match wrapped up, ladies and gentlemen, and I'm sure a lot of these teams wouldn't mind moving away from Sanhok. But Team Flash is the happiest of the bunch. In case you join us, they scored the first chicken dinner today, and it put themselves in a good spot to be in the Super Sunday. Erangel will be the following match.
Yep, it's gonna be super important for this Super Sunday. So every team that didn't make it through, they definitely want to take their part and their shares in the Erangel points here, because we do have this map as the most map be played by entirety of the tournament. Speaking of which, I'm trying to see the PMGC points. I'm gonna worry for Boom right now, not gonna lie, but at the same time, the Super Sunday definitely will contribute to the PMGC points. Now these teams, especially the ones that didn't make a lot of points during their last week or not even getting their first Super Sunday, definitely have to be worried here.
Yeah, that's a good point, right? So the PMGC points as well. It's one thing is getting the Super Sunday for a chance to be in the grand finals, and another is to catch up on the PMGC points. I believe the closest other team to them was Alter Ego. So Alter Ego will be licking their lips right now, looking at this possible opportunity of them overtaking Boom Esports for the PMGC points. But of course, all hope is not lost yet for Boom Esports. They can still potentially move towards the next round. But they need to really make use of the 5 rounds, because the day will go down really fast. If by the first half we still don't see a performance by them, I worry the gap will be too big for them to catch.
I mean, they definitely got a first Super Sunday for Boom, but their points weren't that much as well. We're talking about they are at the bottom 3. I don't know what's heading Boom Esports when it comes to keeping their momentum up. These are around the end of 2024, the last season of 2024. They had a great run earlier this year.
Yeah, I guess it's very hard to tell unless we get one of those moments where we are, or the host will be interviewing like the team that is surprisingly not performing. So if we would get a word from a representative from Boom, I guess now will be a good time. Or maybe like after we come back from the first half, there will be a good time as well. Whether they perform or not, or whether they score the chicken dinner or not, I would definitely love to hear from a Boom representative.
Yeah, especially coming out from the coaching staff. I mean, the coach always knows the best when it comes to what they try to deploy this season, and every single season he will have to, including the analysts as well, try to compare when it comes to the performance. But this season, I have to agree with Great VIP's interview just now. They definitely said the standard and the benchmark seems to be higher and more aggressive compared to the last season's performance by the team. Even in week 2 itself, if you compare with week number 1, like last week, the highest score by the group stage during the group stage of week 1, 114 was the number, but this week it was 116. It seems like minute for a certain audience, but every increment of point means the benchmark's getting even higher.
Yeah, and that's just a sign that it gets exciting, right? Of course, in all logical sense, there's only a set amount of points that teams can gain every round. So it's a matter of like where will it swing to? Will it swing to like a certain team, or will it be well spread across? And if we look at like the benchmark versus last season, on average, it still looks pretty the same in terms of the numbers, but it's starting to swing to different teams now. So that's where the conversation of Boom starts to come in. And also, like what you also mentioned about the quick VIP, at least in this week, they seem to be on the rise. So the points are starting to swing towards them. With an okay first round, they put themselves one step into the grand finals, or the Super Sunday.
In case you guys don't know how the PMGC slot actually work, each region will get their best performance team. Number 1 of each of the region will actually represent that region itself. And we have the 5th slot as well. So the 5th slot is actually up to contention too. So when it comes to teams that seems to be goofing around right now, this is a wake-up call for them. I mean, like the teams that especially are back-to-back champions, they're Boom. It's a surprise for them to be at the very bottom these days. I mean, like usually week number 2 is where they start to come back. I mean, week 1, it's kind of something that's still common that we get to see them, goofy around for a bit. And in the week 2 they will come back. But it seems like even week 2 they are still down there.
Yeah, very bottom. At least the silver lining is that there are teams below them, but of course they are booming sports, so the fans would expect more. Yeah, I mean, being a back-to-back champion and also being at PMWC and all that, fans would definitely say that, hey, this is not the Boom that I know of. This is totally different. And for some rounds, even outside of the Sanhok matches, sometimes it's hard for us to see Boom as they are not as explosive as how we've seen them in like the last season.
Yep, and the performance in the group stage, some of you guys say, hey, it's just the group stage. The group stage, the Super Sunday, and the grand final points will contribute towards that PMGC points later on as well. So, I mean, they definitely are still one of the top teams, but also speaking of which, BTR Knights is actually on the rise here. So, if they don't do something about this, they will be overtaken by the other Indonesian teams down there. So for Boom, we don't see swaps coming up from Boom. So I don't know, did they finally found their secret formula to make things out? But for TODAK, they still try to work things through with Real and Cleon.
Yeah, so Real out, Cleon in. This is the swap that TODAK made for this round. And for TODAK in the previous round, they tried something interesting by going to Kampong to try to take out Quick VIP just for O2 to come by, and they got eliminated from there. So it was honestly, it was quite a missed opportunity. If only they focused on playing Circle, then maybe it could have been a different outcome.
Well, will it be a different outcome here when it comes to the first Erangel of the day? We will have some Cinderella story also, because we never know when things will get crazy or not. When it comes to the last chance stage, everybody desperate for the points. So let's fly into our first Erangel of last chance stage.
Erangel number 1 of our last chance qualifiers for week number 2. And we're going to see the flight path from the right side of the map, passing by Yasnaya, passing by Shelter and School. So this is going to be a middle-ish flight path here, cutting across the map and ending on the left side of Kuwari. So with this kind flight path, at least all teams will be able to land onto their regular dot spot.
Gorgeous flight path, evenly split the map into north and south there. Like we do know the fact, if this is going to be a generous start, it will probably not so much when it comes to the circle, but we had so many circle on top of ruins, Rozhok, even shooting range area. We won a lot of school as well, so might just circling around shooting range, the circle like we always have, shooting range, Jogopo Hospital, Gaka, Pachinki, Rozhok, and around the area. You know, it's always going to be that kind of circle. But we do want to see something unusual. Maybe Milta for once. Lipovka we had one time. Stalber Peak one time. Nothing too much on the left south.
Left south, so that will be around the area of Primos Ferry here. Yeah, we haven't got that yet this season. And if the circle does go there, Geek Fam will be the happiest since they are at Ferry Pier. But we're gonna have a 50-50 split again. We've been getting a good amount of these kind of circles. Yesterday it was really tough for the players to navigate. So same theory applies, whether you want to take the northern side of shooting range, or you want to stay in the same main peninsula, or you want to play somewhere in the middle. In the case here, it's going to be Rozhok, so it's up to the teams to choose. But Kimeka, he chose to shoot at Crit VIP, and I Am Pro became the first player to be eliminated.
Great VIP just had their last run momentum. Right now have to start it off with a trio. But it's doable, it's still bearable, and it's within their reach as well after their last map in Sanhok pushed so much of their points. But the borderline is going to be in between Team Secret and Sam9, and we're looking at the points 9th place to even 13th place. That's going to be only 10 point of a gap for now. After the end of this run, we get to see how much of a stretch of a gap will almost be the same. If it actually end up around 10 point gap still by the end of this map, that's going to be a tough run here today.
Oh, not a tough run for Batman, who was the MVP previously. And look at his preferred weapon, 71% towards M4. No surprises here. This is a OG weapon, and 11% to the Mini 14. And I guess the rest is split with other different weapons. But it also just shows that his playstyle again, like he's ready to go in for confrontational fights. At the same time, he's one of those players who wouldn't mind staying behind with the Mini 14, providing cover fire, and also trying to get those long range damages to his opponents.
I do love Team Flash. You know what? I feel like this season for Vietnam region as a whole, they definitely push their gameplay here. It's better than before, but oh, that was a very small window. But Mika still managed to make do with that distance, and Geek Fam is having fun with it as well.
Yeah, I mean, if you get the first blood, you get that 1 point. You definitely have a lot of fun there. Can't say the same for I Am Pro though, unfortunately. But at least their points right now is 74. They are still okay. And anyway, this round is not all done for them yet. They still have 3 players in which they have the chance to collect more points, so they can still maintain themselves afloat. It's just that they cannot like drop like 0-0-0 or 0-1, 0-2, something like that throughout the entire day. They still need to maintain a certain level of pace to be in the Super Sunday.
Speaking of Super Sundays, week 1 Super Sunday of Geek Fam, and their overall week 1 performance is definitely very different compared to week number 2. I don't know why, but it feels like they're dwindling down throughout the entirety of the tournaments here. If you compare with last week, I do prefer Geek Fam last week than this week though.
Yeah, no doubt, right? Last week they were explosive at the group stage. When it came to last week's Super Sunday, they needed until the final game to come up with a chicken dinner and to get a decent amount of points somewhere in the middle. So overall, it's an okay week for Geek Fam. This week, they're forced to play an extra day. So, but at least the silver lining is that their points are not far from the middle. But for TALON, wow, they just lost 2 players as they tried to rotate across the northern side to bump into Team Flash.
Team Flash now taking the number 1 spot, pretty much tied up with TALON when it comes to the scores. But for Team Flash, I mean, they had a full squad still. After the last round with a flawless chicken dinner, meaning the entire crew was still alive when they actually scored that chicken dinner. If they keep pushing the numbers up, even if they score another 7 elimination, I think it's pretty safe for them to see them again tomorrow. But the moment we mentioned about Team Flash is pretty much being safe. RRQ, they try to challenge. Seems like a double-edged sword there, played by RRQ.
Yeah, RRQ now trying to collect those points. They're not able to secure points yet. 9 from afar was the one to be the bait into RRQ. Napeko bleeding out. 9 tries to get a higher angle, slight elevation through his sniper tower, but still Napeko found some space to kind of hide himself. Now it's a matter of whether he can be saved by his teammates or not.
Gosu, you don't see a lot of the buggy plays that we had. The vampires did the strat that one. So nobody trying to copy it for now. Not being shown. I don't know if there's any. Maybe you just missed it by the other teams who actually try to pull it off. But TODAK taking the opportunities as much as they can and scored themselves 1 elimination points just now. But that smoke definitely give away his position. But due to the distance, Cleon, Bold and Brazen still try to go for it. But unfortunately, last play of TALON found it out by PEA.
And PEA tries to secure the elimination point out of TALON. Misery right in front of Kido. And Kido, straightforward elimination with the S12K, and PEA finally opens up their account in the last chance qualifiers by their first point against TALON.
Oh, TALON, just a couple more points to go, man. I mean, due to how tight the race might get, I would worry, even though they're still around the points where quite comfy enough. But due to the gap down to even 14 and 13 place would be the safest bet here. It's still within reach if they want to push the numbers up, though. It depends on the 9th, 10th place team. If they survive a bit longer, now it's not going to be safe anymore for the teams at the borderline. Speaking of borderline, GEEK fam, they cannot afford to not getting any points, and they need to gain something.
Yeah, at least they got that 1, so it's not 0 for them. But it's Tuyo that will show up in front of GEEK fam. Going in a 1v1 against Audrey. Audrey dancing around. The teammates of Tuyo have arrived. GEEK fam calls in the cavalry as well, as Tuyo tries to hold his ground, keeping GEEK fam in the building, while Zero will come in from the other side.
Oh, that nade was a perfect hit by Yol. And now Zero probably just gonna force it into CQC, but Mika cheekily coming up from behind, but both of them have a surprise attack on the side of GEEK fam. But Mika will meet his match, which is gonna be Hazel, but we're not done yet. GEEK fam, the rest of them will reunite. Damrut arrive with the reset for the team as well. Despite Ice is pretty low, but the circle have to shift now as MORPH. They try to reset the knockdown players, but can they make do right now with a very short amount of time that left?
Hardship circle towards the north, and shooting range is in the middle of the circle. Now this fight definitely has to end. It's no longer in the circle. GEEK fam will try to save their teammate. Okay, Audrey gets into the building. He will be revived. The other members of MORPH doing the same as well. And MORPH, Hazel, is pretty busy right now with Tuyo. His other teammates resetting, and the fight might continue.
Do they have enough first aid? Because I think Hazer dropped his own first aid to be taken by his knockdown members just now. So he has nothing on himself except for those throwables. But they had a full squad back, except for GEEK fam. They lost Mika in the process. Ice is pretty low himself too. I think he doesn't have first aid. He's doing the work with bandages right now. But problem is, time is not on their side. Looking at the cooked nade from MORPH. Just gonna have another nade galore for the next couple of seconds.
And here we go. Tuyo will lead the charge together with his UMP onto Damrut. They probably have the information that, okay, it's only Damrut there. Isaiah will be nailed down by Hazel. Audrey gunned down by Hazel. Now only Damrut left, the captain of GEEK fam. We need to fend off MORPH with his S12K. He gets 2 back-to-back. Damrut, okay, he's not out of it just yet. He has to secure the point. But Hazel shows up.
What a nice angle hold by Damrut just now, but it wasn't enough. But Creep VIP not lurking around as well. MORPH, they need to reset once more. Some casualty, but it scores quite a number of eliminations out there. Unfortunately for GEEK fam, Oh, this can be a slow climb for them, having only 2 points just now.
Yeah, 59 points collected by GEEK fam, and their closest contenders like 7-9, Team Secret, still a full team. Same goes for some of the teams below them like TODAK, Roy, Boom. So GEEK fam will need to pray hard that those teams around them don't gain many points. They'll be rooting for the top teams to just take away those points from teams around them.
Oh, PA spotted out Yuhai, but Yuhai's driving skills is like driving a rocket. The moment they saw a couple of shots being opened by PA players, just now he's out driving into sunset already. That's fast.
Gotta chase the circle, right? And he was still away from the circle, somewhere probably in the main peninsula. So yeah, chasing the sunset means chasing the circle. If only he had a horse, then it will kind of suit the theme of a cowboy. But yeah, it's going to be Yuhai boy instead.
I mean, like, Yuhai is like the mayor of Erangel right now, greeting every single team as he passes by. Next is gonna be TODAK. And Sam9, Firen is so far apart from the rest of the team. I don't know what's the plan here coming up from Sam9, but the circle shifted slightly towards the center and the right, which is going to be on the west side of shooting range, where we have RQ already taken the spot in the center, followed up by O2 from Savoy Donkey. MORPH, on the other hand, they're just coming out from the blue.
Well, calm down for Firen because he's on his way to meet up with his teammates, and they are pretty much in the clear right now in the circle. TODAK from the north side coming into the circle. Okay, their closest enemies now is 7-9, but no big moves yet from either side. Team Secret passing by Severny. Also another long rotation by them from Novo all the way up to coming back into the circle as they stop by Severny just to see if there's any valuable loot that they can pick up.
Yep, another team right now that's on the rise. Team Secret at the borderline 8th place. And they cannot afford to lose any members. One probably possible, but to lose the entire half a crew, they cannot afford to have that. It is a lot of contenders down there pretty close themselves. But Firen, this is what I questioned just now. He was far apart from the rest of Sam9, which is nowhere to be seen. But he tossed the nade before they even just rush into his corners.
Well, Firen wants to be adventurous. Let's see if his adventures can bring him a return here against the two members of Team Secret. They're not able to let the shots out to Firen. Look at how difficult it is. Firen gets another knock. A GK finally takes down Firen. The other members of Sam9, they're on their way. And Bobohu has arrived. Dep as well as Yuhai, they're coming in as well.
But they lost Firen in the process. But at least they're still licking their wounds for Team Secret. Yuhai and the rest of Sam9 arrive. But the moment Boo just picks and jumps, being knocked down entirely, it's going to be a 3v2 right now. Boo got instantly finished off. And next is going to be Trung with the big nade dropping in on top of Yuhai. Dep probably going to be next with that explosion as well. The rest of Sam9, they giving away. They're so close getting top 8 as well. TODAK can catch up here.
Wow, okay, that's a surprise. Frankly speaking, I would think that they will be able to overcome Team Secret as a third party that came in later, but it didn't happen for them. So for Sam9 to go out with 0 points with that sort of team fight, it is surprising for me.
For MORPH, they keep chasing the circle here. It's going to be a chasing game for them. The moment they just arrive and get themselves out of the blue zone, now back towards the blue zone for MORPH. Oh, for Great VIP, they spotted out Leon. TODAK have one member knocked down, so I assume it's not going to be a CQC. Never mind, it was a CQC, but one of the members of Korea VIP, Putra, also knocked down. But out of nowhere, suddenly there's Flippy at the back.
Well, Flippy at the back is still spending time in the blue, and look at the amount of teams in front of him. It's going to be so hard for him to cut across. The better news, or the slight good news for Flippy, is that the circle shifted up north, so at least it's not too far away from him, but he has to find a way to get out of the blue. Since the circle shift up north, then all the teams on the south will need to move, and we can see that there's a lot of colors down there.
Yeah, for Infinity Boom, they're probably going to go for those high grounds on top of shooting range. For the teams coming from right, so definitely going to go for the compounds instead. But TODAK, they have to fight their way in. We talked about them have to pincer their way through, create VIP first. Despite northern side, it's not that crowded compared to the southern side, of course. But Infinity start their actions as well. Create VIP, they are very widespread open amongst themselves and scattered about. This might cause them a problem to have backups later on.
Well, it's already a problem, the fact that Crit VIP has only one active player, with Helton knocked out of the outside circle. So, yeah, not looking nice for Crit VIP. But this is opportunity for Boom. Okay, they have Infinity in front of them, but Infinity not interested to take the fight. They rotate up north to focus on getting into the circle, which is a smart move because you don't want to be caught out in the blue when you're fighting up against Boom Esports.
But Boom, that's unusual. Usually they will always challenge a team that's passing by, so they're just going to let it go. That's something that I never seen before. This is going to be the team that we used to know for their firepower. Right, back towards TODAK Crit VIP. At least they still have a duo, but they just going to say hi and their boys, and they're cutting across the crossfire battlefield unharmed right now.
Yeah. So for TODAK, they're finding all these small areas to try to cover themselves. Crit VIP, looks like Helton managed to survive it. Oh, interesting. He was saved when he was outside the blue, knocked out. So great work there by our boy to pick up Helton. At least they're back as a duo. As for No Mercy and Cole from RRQ playing inside of shooting range itself. 0-2 now by the edge, and they have a chance to block out Roy.
Oh, Nate. More flippy taken on TODAK 9. Now, despite Helton mentioned in his interview he needs to work his chemistry with the boys, not that familiar, but surprisingly for today, twice in a row now, they work well as a duo, even survive longer as a duo here in this state. And for Helton, lucky enough for him, the smoke's still there to cover temporarily, but the moment the smokes dissipate, it's going to be a clear view for the teams on the outskirts to shoot them down. On the other end of the circle, we have a bit of a slope battle between XERXIA, Roy, probably going to be Boom as well.
And this is where we'll start to see a lot more fights, and that is what Boom will be looking forward to. As of now, they have yet to collect points, but there's a team rotating towards them, and it's going to be Roy. So now Boom has this opportunity, but Razy is the first one to go down thanks to Car. The other members of Boom Esports will need to follow up. They're still behind him, and Razy can still be saved. But no, Zunos will make sure that will not happen by splatting him down to the ground.
Boom let Infinity bypass them freely, and now they got knocked down despite some elevations at their favor against Roy. And XERXIA's coming on from behind. I mean, like, they have to deal with Roy, like it or not, and they cannot avoid these conflicts anymore because third party come out very soon, including O2 Esports. Definitely interested with that gunfire that they heard just now. But the circle will take a bit of Boom here as well. They don't have to leave, but they will have to defend.
And they will have enough bodies around them to try to collect points. But we'll also be looking forward to see where stage 6 is at, because they're all by not too far away from the side of the circle. So there's a possibility that the circle will go away. But for O2, definitely they do not have the circle now. And they're coming up against the XERXIA. And by O2, they're going to prioritize the circle. They're going to go in first, and they're going to gatekeep XERXIA from the inside.
Oh, XERXIA try to gatekeep them. It seems like they're having a bit of a tie here. Both of them hitting the rim of the circle at the same time. So XERXIA, they open up and fanning out between themselves. Unfortunately, their ground couldn't be held. Formation might be broken with Erangel knocked down first. Megamind might be next. A bit of blue be taking one of the players. Gonna be dying going across into the blue zone. Jumper, a bit of a trade on the side of O2 but it's gonna be a 3v3.
And here we go. Megamind trying to find the next target. But the blue will be on top of him real soon. He's down to his final first aid, and he's going to use that. No more first aids on the Megamind. He does have a buggy though. And he needs to find a way in, but O2 putting a lot of attention on the Megamind. One nade to connect on the Megamind, down to 40% of health with the blue behind him. Now he has no choice but to get onto his buggy and bail this.
Megamind don't have any first aid or sword the moment he jumped onto that buggy. But lucky for him, those rock will cover him temporarily when he hop onto the buggy. He will make it safe. PA on that end, that's going to be back-to-back elimination here for their lineup. Team Flash, they are still dominating despite only 3 players left. There is Ghost are going to go in for the rush against O2 Esports. Zeus follow up for the track, but unfortunately, Kid is way faster than his tracking sense.
Well, O2 eliminated next at number 13 with 0 elimination points. Now, the position that O2 is at, they're at the borderline. So far, 3 teams at the borderline have been eliminated. So this will open up a lot of opportunity for the other teams that's still in the game. As for Team Flash, they're going to gatekeep XERXIA for coming in. And between Team Flash and XERXIA needs the points even more.
It's kind of true. At 43 points, make it 44. But what a nade by Adam opening up to his side of Oriki. But unfortunately for PA, he's the last man survive. Maybe Crave VIP will try to steal the points away from afar as well. They do have a duo. They do have those elevations from the inside of the circle. But don't forget about Team Secret. It's been quiet all this while. Now they're charging towards the side of Crave VIP and RQ. Thankfully enough, the fences will hold their ground for a bit. But unfortunately, they couldn't see a thing within the smoke.
Oh, but within shooting range, Helton got knocked and now leaving our boy completely alone for Crit VIP. The final player for Crit VIP, just like how it was in Sanhok, and he's pretty low this time, and they kind of know that he's there. Sending nades across, and our boy eliminated by Team Secret. Crit VIP only managed to collect 2 points this round.
Whilst the teams that actually stands at number 1 spot will hold their reign for a bit much longer, and Team Secret is also pushing the numbers up, but didn't spot out Flippy. Flippy actually survived long there. PA, thankfully for Team Secret, they will get some placement points here due to how they lasted long enough, but unfortunately the smoke will give away his position. GK is down on the ground bleeding out. Will Flippy take the points away? No, Flippy closing up. Another nade flop over the side, and that gave away Flippy's position too with the blues and pressuring behind his back.
Yeah, that's going to be a simple, straightforward rush by Team Secret to finish off Flippy. Number 8 for MORPH with 7 eliminations, so there's going to be 8 points this round for MORPH. And Team Secret, they are unstoppable now. Let's see if the unstoppable duo can do it. Adam is actually behind them. He's popped up that smoke, so that should give a clue to Team Secret that Adam is there, but they're actually not looking at his direction.
They thought Flippy was actually the last player, but just to clear their caution, just to be cautious about it, they were tossing it. Now here it comes, and oh my god, 3% HP with blue zone. Players only 90 points at least.
Looking bad for him, and that is it. Yep, so PA out. They managed to collect a 3+1 placement point for them, so that's going to be 4 points, 39 points. Not breaking the 40-point mark yet. And we move over to XERXIA. Now this time they're on the outside circle with RNJ out. Diehard is still playing in the lineup. But now their biggest problem is to try to overcome Roy in the circle.
And Team Secret also scored himself 10 eliminations. Definitely going to push themselves by the end of this round. Probably in the top 3 later today. But for Roy though, they have a lot of work to do. They still have a full squad. Only 2 eliminations. Barely got enough body counts for them to push the numbers. But they're still going to be around like a 20. Make it around 16 players still they can eliminate across the board. If they start taking actions now. Which going to be XERXIA first.
Trying to get XERXIA past the smoke. Porsche doesn't get a good clear shot, but Megamind fires back and knocks him down instead. But a knock is still not out yet. He'll be able to still be revived by his teammates. Junos knocks down Die Hard. Vexy knocked down by Gartuni from the Infinity. Another fight's happening elsewhere, and Boom Esports is circling around monitoring the situation while Podmid gets a knock on the car.
It's going to be the rise of the second page. 4 teams at the bottom still alive. But unfortunately for Roy, they have to give 1 player away. And God, I don't know how much longer he can stand bleed out in the open like that. Porsche and GEEK, look at the nade. Left, right, center for Roy. They're hand down by Boom and XERXIA at the same time.
Yeah, I know, right? They're in a savage situation now between XERXIA and Boom. Actually, both of them need the points. So both of them will be desperate to try to steal away the points from Roy. At the same time, Drangzin will knock down Die Hard. And Drangzin is still trying to fight. And for Boom Esports, They are quite well spread right now. They have different corners covered. Now it's a matter of security elimination points. But finally, that nade by Yummy eliminates Roy, and they score 3 points now.
Surely, slowly but surely, Boom trying to start to gain their momentum here. This might be a start. It's such a rare sight these days when it comes to this season to see Boom last in the top 4. And finally they made it through, but Team Secret is on the rise. 12 eliminations already with 5 taken by Suwa. Strong getting a 3. And they shredded almost their helmet and vest as well. They need a replacement for their guests, but Infinity coming up from behind as a full squad. And now they're climbing up. Can Soaz and Trunks stop them from migrating into the center?
And Ice by Trangzin on the other side. It will be interesting if Junos and Trangzin can actually do it from the outside of the circle. And they are the lower ground still. Oh man, where is he going to hide right now? Trangzin is spraying hard. The bullets don't land onto him. But Eyes now on Team Secret, if they're able to get their way through. The Infinity on the other side pretty much have a line of sight onto Trangzin, so he has to be extra careful there if we rush forward.
Team Secret, if they at the edge of the curvature of the ground itself, they will be covered by Zerja and Infinity at the same time. They probably going to be difficult with that open of a space. Infinity and Zerja both just chips into that bullet as well. Unfortunately for Team Secret, that's gonna be 12 eliminations have to be read. I mean, they got more than a chicken. They definitely saved right now, but Infinity, Boom, and Zerja, this is gonna be the bottom teams that we're talking about.
Oh yeah, so all these 3 teams will be desperate for them points. Infinity is the only team with a full squad, and they are somewhere on the northern side, keeping themselves away from the other teams. And we still have stage 8, let's not forget about that. So a team could be favored by the circle. In about 15 more seconds, we'll find that out. As for the Infinity, everyone's holding their ground. Same goes for Boom and Sersha. Everyone's anticipating, praying that the circle will favor them. And the circle will show itself now. Who will get it? This will be a crucial big circle. And it goes northern side towards the Infinity.
When it comes to placement right now, I mean, for the overall rankings, Boom have it slightly more than Infinity and Zerja. They're just next to each other, 13, 14, 15 players at a battle for this chicken dinner. It meant so much for each one of these teams to get that chicken dinner, not just those eliminations. Because right now, Zerja have the most eliminations across the others. I think Boom probably going to score 3 or 4 as well. Infinity probably going to be the same number, but Boom decided they're going to make some initiation first. Might try to bait out Die Hard, but Die Hard is one of their debut and he played it so well.
Oh, just to be knocked down right after he got that knock. And Die Hard, he still can be saved though. Okay, he should have. Okay, they still need to win the fight against Boom before they're able to save Die Hard. And Megamind now will be knocked down by Ponbit, leaving Sersha with only 1 player left. But look at this, the Infinity drives by onto Boom Esports just to eliminate them and indirectly help Sersha. Now they're gonna claim their dues from Sersha, and the Infinity comes up with a chicken dinner.
Oh, what a cheeky plays coming up from Infinity. I do want to know, did they manage to steal those points away when Boom were fighting against Zerja? Or did they manage to score themselves at the very last minute for Boom? I think Boom just secured 3 eliminations, but when it comes to placement point, definitely will push their numbers up. But Infinity, they played super smart with their vehicles too just now.
Yeah, just came crashing in onto Boom Esports. And not only secured the chicken dinner, but they got themselves 8 eliminations. So that's 18 points for them in this round. Now, they have 4 more rounds to go to come up with a great escape for the Infinity. But this is the kind of round that they need, that they want in the following rounds.
You're probably going to have Tiger Axe as the MVP if it's going to be based on the damage output. So it's definitely going to be Tiger Axe with 726 damage. But I mean, every single one of Infinity dish out equal amount of importance in there. When it comes to damage output, everybody pull their own weight. But it is going to be super interesting after we tabulate the scores, because it's going to be the rise of the second page. The gap between the top 8 will not be that far now.
Oh yeah, I love this. I love the drama here. So expect more to come. This is the last chance qualifiers, ladies and gentlemen. Other than the Infinity, gotta give it to Team Secret, Sersha, as well as Boom. So all these teams that you see here on screen here, they all could use points. So it will be very interesting to see the final race today. But let's check out an interesting chicken dinner here by the Infinity.
I think it was Logan just now was celebrating with a bit of a dance there coming up from Infinity, but 18 points, well deserving chicken dinner with such a smart genius play coming in at the very last minute after XERXIA and Boom were fighting. XERXIA were licking their wounds, but Team Secret is 12 eliminations. My god, they definitely vamp up this season.
Oh yeah, 12 eliminations, 4 placement points, bringing it up to 16 points in total. As for XERXIA, 13 points. Boom Esports, okay round for them with 8 points collected. So they will be one of the highlight teams that we want to see if they're able to get into the Super Sunday as well. The other highlights in page 1, I would say Team Flash, no placement points needed by them. All their 7 points collected is by elimination points. But speak about elimination, 4 teams eliminated without any points this round.
RRQ, well, there's still a lot of maps to go, right? I mean, should we be worried just like how we did last time? But for TALON though, it's going to be highs and lows for them, a bit of a roller coaster ride. But speaking of how, when it comes to the overall rankings, the total points from Team Flash right now at 91, TALON 87, but the gap is super scary here, Cloud.
Oh yeah, I know, right? My eyes are glued onto that number 8, 62 by the Infinity. Let's not forget yet, the Infinity, they started the day somewhere down there. They are like at 22nd place, and now they shoot up with this chicken dinner to at 8th place. So they need to maintain this pace, but I'm sure the numbers are super duper close. As we flip over to page number 2, 62 points by O2, Roy 60, 79 60, even GEEK 59, Boom 58, and one's like 11111, and then you have PA.
Yeah, PA, I mean, like, unless there's surprises with 20-ish sort of eliminations, then it's going to be difficult, a hard climb. But I'm down to XERXIA, down to even 15 slot here. Still up for contention when it comes to our Super Sunday week number 2. So Will the benchmark be slightly higher this week, or is it still going to be the 90s? Back towards our gunslinger, our top 4. Team Secret do take a lot on across this board, which will be Trong leading the page.
Yeah, 911 damage. Not the highest. We've seen higher before, but the whole point here is that him, together with teammates Soas, managed to get up here. So at least 2 players representing Team Secret is on this Gunslingers page. Together with TODAK 9 with 833 and Tiger X from the Infinity as the MVP from the previous round.
And speaking of the rise of teams on second page here, again, Team Secret, Infinity, XERXIA, and Team Flash. What a brilliant number they have offered here today when it comes to Region 2 from the Thailand and 2 from Vietnam. I have to say, this season, the fall season, seems to be the rise of the Vietnam region teams.
And Team Flash was the first Vietnamese team to score the chicken dinner today, followed by the Infinity from Thailand. Now they are planning their great escape now into the Super Sunday, and this chicken dinner is important, it's crucial for them. Now it's all about maintenance for the Infinity.
Oh man, we thought, I mean, like when we start our week number 2, Infinity was definitely not doing great in the first few days of the group stage, but after the last run of the last day of group stage, it seems like they sort out their problems and try to reassess the situation. Probably just went with the coaching staff to analyze what really went so wrong. They try to fix it. Feels like they found their final formula that seems to be working right now. As long as they keep this consistent, I think it's a no problem for them to get into the Super Sunday.
Yeah, and so consistency is going to be the key word for the Infinity now. They have to be able to maintain that pace. And to a certain extent, they are also hoping that teams around them to eliminate each other. That would be the best case scenario. Perhaps the Infinity might want to play this safe, just to monitor the situation, observe the elimination feed, and kind of gauge whether it is important for them to take necessary fights or not. Because if teams around them start to eliminate each other without much elimination, then the Infinity just need to play safe like how they did earlier on, and decent amount of eliminations and get those decent points. They should be able to make it through by the border.
Yep, and also they have to keep an eye out which team they eliminated already, because that's going to be super important to whether they can start to take actions or just play it low first. Because if it's going to be the teams on top of them, just above them, for the teams at the borderline top 8 there, the moment the kill feed or the team elimination banner coming out, so they can, you know, decide whether they want to commit to certain fight or not. Because if not, it's going to be too much to lose down there.
Yeah, that's why they need to be aware of their elimination feed, right? They'll be counting like, okay, this guy, this team, how many players from this team have been out and all that. So all that awareness will be part of their campaign in the following rounds. Of course, we'll be repeating Erangel match after this before we head on to our break. The Infinity, when it comes to Erangel, they have been okay, as in like when it comes to the map itself. So for the Infinity, Erangel, if they could play all day long, they'll be the happiest bunch. But of course, we have a limit of Erangel that's being played as 3 Erangels, so they will need to make the most out of this. But look who is in the lineup for Senai.
Oh, wait a minute. Are you sure this is the game what he wants to play here right now? It's been a while though, Loyu.
Yeah, I hope he doesn't go around just looting and forgot to shoot.
In case you guys don't know, there's Metro Royale earlier today before we head into the Battle Royale tournament. And Loyu actually, did he actually play just now? He did not, right? He did play, so he might not want to just loot. Yeah, I agree.
Yeah. I hope he doesn't forget that, right? I hope he doesn't forget that. You know, yeah. It's not about the loot, not entirely that is. It is about getting Battle Royale elimination points, play some points right now. There is no eject, there is no exit. You have to play it till the end of the round. So hopefully Loyu doesn't forget about that. It's great to see Loyu making his debut here in the PMSL. So Sem9 is going to come up with something different, at least from a lineup perspective. Let's see if that actually changes their fate in this round.
We're back for a second Erangel of the day of our last chance stage, and we just had ourselves an interesting swap from Sam 9. Finally, we get to see him playing. But for Loyu, he needs to rewire his brain and habit for now. I don't know, maybe he needs some reminder by his teammates. You know what, Loyu, don't do what you did this morning.
Yeah, don't go all looting and forgot to rotate, forgot all your key positions and all that. Okay, so I guess with that, they're going to start off with a chill drop. They're going to start off by dropping on the side, playing a bit of Primos, playing a bit of left side of Kuwari, just to give him that space to get into the game.
Yeah, hopefully he didn't see the players as zombies. Next thing that you know, he gets shot down. Oh man, I would love to see how he readjusts himself within a day though. Very two different modes that he's actually playing, even though it's the same game PUBG Mobile. It's gonna be super interesting how great his adaptation and how he rewired his brain, how fast he can actually do it to get back into his old momentum here. But when it comes to the flight path, slightly more towards the north, crossing right on top of Stalber. So whoever wants to drop around SMB, it's going to be a bit of hovering to do, but the circle seems to be gentle here.
Yeah, by the side of Gaka. So it looks like even the circle is giving Loyu that space to okay, your debut, you switch your game mode. Okay, I'm going to give you the circle. So at least to start kind of by the circle-ish. So this will be a circle, or they start that the Sem9 would have liked. Get the circle, probably take those high ground around Kuwari area or just by the side of Kuwari, and slowly get into the circle depending on how far it goes.
Now we have a bit of glimpse on VOIN Donkey. Now VOIN Donkey, I found their gameplay this season is quite interesting. They try to avoid as much conflict until stage 3 and 4, where they try to gatekeep or even play a third party. Mostly they're coming up from the north these days. So they taking a bit of passive but aggressive approach in mid-game. But it's kind of, the norm that we get to see the teams that slowly try to get back their momentum, try to go around north or playing a very late circle, just to, slowly fixing communication-wise and try to solve their problem one by one.
Yeah, which is okay for VOIN Donkey, and it works for them since they have collected 73 points. So it's not too bad for VOIN Donkey. At the end of the day, of course, there's sometimes this debate about should teams play aggressive? Should teams play passive? Should teams play outside, inside, and so on? VOIN Donkey, as you have explained it, is a prime example of teams that just played whatever that they're comfortable with. And if they're comfortable just playing passive and they're still able to bring the points, by all means.
But I'm still kind of not satisfied. I mean, this is gonna be harsh from me. Boom just now, they had opportunities again. The Infinity, who's caught that chicken, by the way? Infinity managed to cut across path Boom, who had every possibility to shoot them down early.
Well, if we were to highlight some of the teams that might not receive harsh criticism, is definitely GK. Based on the stats, average eliminations 1.1, which is not too bad. We've seen a 0 point something. And for GK himself, he has been popping up for the team. In terms of weaponry choice, all these mid to close range weapons, he loves it. M4 and UMP, and he likes to take that front of fight. And for him personally, qualitative wise, he have been pulling off some great stunts as well for Team Secret. And that definitely have been an important point in their campaign this week. And that's why they are pretty comfortable in the top 3 right now with 77 points.
Yeah, another person that whenever we see GK, we definitely have to highlight GK too, because these two seems like the backbone for their own respective team, despite sounds very close to each other when it comes to their naming. But GK is from Roy, GK is from Team Secret, but these two players definitely push something else when it comes to the season. The stun they pulled is actually very flashy plays too.
Yeah, so happened that they have this similar name, right? And GK. Another one is Linux. You know that one I in between their names is so hard to tell. At least for GK, you could still see the U and the I is quite different. But if it's an I and nothing, it's sometimes you just don't see that I. So Yeah, I
Especially in the small
understand.
screen, right?
Yeah, especially on the small screen, absolutely. So I understand that maybe some of you watching on your mobile phones, you must be thinking to yourselves that, oh, is this Linux? Is this Linux? Okay, it takes a while.
Another one that sounds confusing sometimes is going to be Tony K and Tony K. Another one, you know, and there's so many siblings that's different parents coming up for this season. I don't know what's going on, but yeah, that's gonna be the case here for now. Another one that I think it's you guys might notice is that me and Cloud pronounce differently. It's gonna be Yul from MORPH. So for me, I avoid saying Tuyul. I prefer Yul entirely because if you guys don't know what Tuyul means, Tuyul is actually a ghost in Malaysia, Indonesia as well. But what creative about Tuyul is that I mean not the play, it's gonna be the ghost story, right? It's actually a very beneficial ghost that can actually steal money for you.
Or you can bring that to exam halls, and also
Oh yeah.
ask it to help you to sneak in like answers. Or you can bring it to a lucky draw and rig it for you, you know, that sort of thing. Yeah. I'm pretty sure he deliberately puts his name as Tuyul, just because, right?
I think it's for that reason. I don't know. Maybe it can be the thief of third party in that case.
Yeah.
So it's not something that's well achievable probably in the game. And also, I think when it comes to Ghost Story, right, since we have nothing happen as well, in Ghost Story, when it comes to Southeast Asian ghosts, we are more creative than the Western ghosts because even our ghosts can, contribute towards your, how do I say this, reach in life, your monetary value.
Yeah, I know, right? It's a whole Goyo thing. There's another ghost, if you want to talk about monetary value, that actually can bring monetary value, but it's not highlighted.
Oh, what is that?
Is the, if I were to translate it, it's called Oil Man.
Really? I thought Oilman is more towards something to do with females.
Well, but because of the oil prices, you know, it goes up. He brings a lot of value, but somehow he never like use that as an economy value. Imagine if he uses his superpowers of infinite oil generation, right? He'll be super rich.
I think maybe that's the case for TODAK. That's what they needed, perhaps, for their vehicles to run right now. They definitely need that ghost. The oil ghost. I don't know what oil man.
Yeah.
I think, is it a man or a ghost, really?
Well, it's always depicted as a male character, right? So
Yeah.
So in case for the benefit of everyone, it's actually called Orang Minyak. Orang doesn't really have a gender to it, but it's always depicted as a male. So oil man, I guess, is the best translation.
So I think if it's English version, it's called Peeping Tom or something like so.
Oh.
That the one that I know of. So,
Okay,
so maybe.
That doesn't give you any money, so let's not all do that, okay?
You might get a black eye for that. No money, of course. You're going to spend your money towards the hospital. But we do have first contact, mate. Now, jokes aside. Late comers is going to be usual PA. But Roy coming in towards the crossfire of O2 Esports RRQ. Talent behind them and boom. Can they finally start firing, getting those numbers up?
Aha! They would definitely want to bring the numbers up. But naturally, they're also aware that, oh, no first blood yet. Everyone is still here. Stage 2. That means they are close. Gotta be extra careful in case a third party might come in. Third party teams like RRQ can potentially come. But you asked for a fight, and we're gonna see VOIN, Donkey, and TODAK. Let's go.
VOIN don't get 5th place, but definitely not safe due to the very minute gap between them and the rest of the team down to 15th place. They're still within reach to take over the top 8 spot here. So everybody are extra vigilant right now, extra careful regarding their conflict with the other teams. Everybody try to part ways, knowing the stage number 2 is a bit too early, but Cleon chased by Team Secret, and next is gonna be a different team waiting around the corner, perhaps.
Yeah, Team Secret, who is still okay in terms of points collected, but if they're able to take out Cleon, why not? And Soa's fired back, and it's going to be Transin. trying to take out Leon, and he finally got it. So that's going to be the first blood in this round. Finally, just by stage 2, and SOAS will be the one to get it.
TODAK is also at the very bottom too. We're talking about them around the 50s. So I think it's best for them to make sure they cannot sacrifice any of their members, because right now 57 to catch up towards the rest of the teams up there. Still going to be around 20 points for them of a gap as a start here. We're talking not even the progress. We're talking about at the start of this map.
Wow. But you talk about start. The fight's again restarting again with TODAK and RRQ. So the biggest risk is of course towards TODAK. One of the players still down, another player kind of low but managed to heal up. And we now have visual. They are all in Pachinki. RRQ coming towards TODAK and Linux. See that eye? It's so hard. Yeah, is now down still.
Before RRQ, across 2 maps before, they only scored themselves 3 points in a day. They're starting off the day at 67 points. And they cannot afford to have another blunder here, because the circle will shrink and it might move away from Pachinki. Which team flash coming out from behind? Now we're gonna have to wait and see. Is it gonna be Got Coffee? Yes, and it moves slightly away from RRQ. They're not in the circle right now.
Yeah, open field in the Gatka area, and Pachinki is no longer valuable. For Crit VIP, they came from the Pachinki Hills. They went all the way down. And there are some teams already in the middle of it. But I would expect more fights to happen in the Pachinki area. TODAK and RRQ is still there. And RRQ, they're on their vehicles. They seem to be interested to take the fight against TODAK. They're not rotating in yet.
It's a double blade sword here for RRQ. If they have no information regarding the whereabouts of TODAK players, it might beat them back later. Random spray just shows that they're unclear about the position of TODAK just next to them. Oh,
that's your Rurouni Kenshin sword there. As Asa gets knocked, and Lynx will come in to secure that point. The other members of RRQ can still save him, but Lynx wants to make sure that the point is his by lobbing that nade to Asa. Bam! Oh, okay, it did hit. So Asa will bleed out for sure. The other members of RRQ, they are out of this.
yeah, too much at stake here. RRQ, they barely got enough points in across the entirety of first half of the day. And they kind of stuck themselves here since their last day of group stage as well. I hope they don't make the same sort of history without too much of a point here today. But Team Flash, on the other hand, they are on the rise. It's always going to be the team at the very top that have nothing else to lose. It's going to make the most progress across the chart.
Yeah, that reminds me of like the previous weeks of Vampire. You got the Vampire moment. You got the BTR moment. They just go at it when they don't really need the points anymore. And this is what happens if you're playing without pressure onto you. And you're obviously a good team. That's why you're up there. So teams like Team Flash, like what you said, right, they could be a big disruptor to other teams.
Feels like they are doing that right now. The Trenches chopstick will be taken by O2 Esports, and XERXIA barely got that compound to hold on to, but the rest of XERXIA split themselves into 2-2 formation again. Feels like they try to do the same sort of gameplay just like how they did before. But on the other end, we have Boom finally taking some actions to go, and they finally scored their first point in this Erangel.
And here we go. Boom Esports, they need more than that 1 point, but we move over to XERXIA with O2 by the chopsticks area. Jumper together with Amazal, they're going to be the duo in front. The other members of O2 still behind. Expect them to come in as well soon, as we will observe the next phase of the circle. A good amount of teams already in the middle of it, but the circle will hard shift towards the right. Team Secret, one of the best positions possible with the high ground of Pachinki.
And when it comes to Team Secret, not just the ground, they are in their best momentum here right now as well. And speaking of momentum, here, PA finish of 9 with Frankie opening in at DBS at work. That secures 1 point for PA, making it 40. I mean, that's progress, but it's going to be a lot of work later on making sure that they will not sacrifice too many members early. But the other teams at the borderline, we do know W2 Esports still alive, having a full squad. The Infinity at 62 in the top 8. Roy at 60, Sam9 at 60. This is going to be the hot teams that can just take the top 8 position anytime now.
Yeah, that is where these hot teams, they are pretty glad that TODAK have been eliminated. At least one of the hot teams there is like, okay, you're out, okay? Don't be a disruptor for us. Notice also that PA only has 1 player left, and they only managed to collect 1 point so far. So I don't expect them to be able to collect that many points this time. So PA, the chances of going into the Super Sunday is getting even further.
And everybody tipping their toes here. We're talking about stage number 4 is still comprised of 15 teams. The only team that actually get eliminated early was TODAK just now. I don't know if PA can hold on as long as they need to, but with this very small circle, with this much people still in it, there would not going to be enough land for everybody to share.
This is where it will get exciting for these teams. Well, exciting for us, not so exciting for the teams because they all need to fight. The Infinity needs to keep out their momentum, and now they have a chance to fight. Boom Esports needs to make a big comeback here, and they will start it up against TALON, who's currently at 2nd place with 87 points. One of the players tanking out the blue, but it's not going to be a big issue for them. The bigger issue is that if Boom Esports can play the defensive role now.
The defensive role will be depending on Pombit. He hold the high ground, he hold the off angle. He needs to stop Talon from breaching. But speaking of breaching, crashing into Crave VIP. W2 Esports. What a name, but 2 of them knocked down. A bit of a problem for W2 Esports, and that's going to be out of the equation there. What a fast run by Crave VIP versus W2 Esports. Wait.
An even faster run for Boom Esports. What? We just saw them having a defensive stance. And when we move over, they got eliminated by TALON. What happened, Boom? I need answers now. We need Boom on the interview.
Pombit got the elevations, the highest one, just so there's no way they didn't have any information with that kind of view from above, right?
I am baffled by this, right? This is unexplainable now. Hopefully we can at least get a replay of whatever happened earlier on, because Boom out 59 points with 3 more games to go.
Twice now, back to back, they lost to TALON. It was 3v4 before. TALON had a 3 when they lost to TALON. Now they're losing to TALON again.
Yes, to answer your question. But yeah,
I mean, is this even Boom that we're talking about? Well, I think Cloud is still under shock. We're gonna have to wait and see. A circle just shifted over to the open field with GEEK Fam and Sam9 on the very south. Boo Boo Who opened up the angle so far apart, but it's gonna be VOIN Donkey gatekeeping on the southern side.
big question marks here, of course. Hopefully we get a replay later on. That's definitely something that I want to see. But okay, we got to move on with life anyway. So for TALON to have secured those points up against Boom, that will put them in a solid position to be in the Super Sunday. Next, let's see here. Down south, we have Sam9 and GEEK Fam next to each other. But on screen, car, smoked up vehicle, moves into the circle. But at least he's in a position that the terrain is helping him not to be spotted out easily by the other teams. But we have RRQ now against Roy.
RRQ, 1 eliminations. They botched it before. I hope it's not going to be the case. The nade will explode. We're lucky enough. The small shot will cover them for a bit much longer. But Roy, they had a 4. Now down to 3. Will they just leave car bleed to dry out there? I mean, they can pop a couple of smokes, try to avoid RRQ from keep tossing those nades out. But the smoke seems to be a bit late as car bleeding out to 1 HP. GK! Speaking of GK and GK, and it's GK doing the work. Ooh.
Okay, the fight's not over yet though. GEEK Fam now eliminated by VOIN Donkeys as they were circling around and they go out without any points. GEEK Fam, who's looking for points to be in the Super Sunday, have been eliminated as well. And RRQ out. That opens up opportunity for Roy and Sam9. Roy is doing not too bad.
And Sam Knight's actually pretty much up to par 2. We're talking about only 2 points different to get himself in the top 8. Ark, you might get pushed down. They got himself another blunder. I'm not surprised anymore at this point. Team Secret on the hand, pushing their numbers way up here, taking Team Flash. This is going to be the contender for Team Flash finally. If though, despite they got number 1, they're still not stopping for Team Flash. But Sam 9, can they chase the points out here?
With Loyu making his debut in this season's PMSL, but Loyu is currently not out yet. Now, the other members of Sam9 will need to do it against VOIN Donkeys. Dap evaded the vehicle from Razak as he tried to circle around, tried to knock down Dap. And Loyu is still calling up for help on the right side within the smoke. At the same time, the blue will be on top of Sam9 soon if they don't do anything against VOIN Donkey.
They have to force this fight anyhow and need to revive the knocked out members. They have to open up far flank, and that's what they are doing here. Sam 9 pushing all the way towards the backside of VOIN Donkey. Roy, fortunately enough for VOIN Donkey, a bit busy against the other team in the center. It's going to be XERXIA. But for the side of VOIN, they have to divide their attention to 2 sides. They barely got enough covers here. Unfortunately for Team Secret, they couldn't make it through. TALON is everywhere and it was 7 eliminations.
Yeah, and that means that they already scored 94 points. So they're just 1 point behind Team Flash now from the top. Circle time! Okay, this is going to be huge. All these teams have their own spot, but they will force them to move for sure. Circle goes into the middle. Crit VIP is there together with Roy. XERXIA, Megamind, the final member, will stay quiet in the middle of the circle.
I think he's either got himself some haystack to cover or just that small shack that left in the open out there. But for Roy, seems like they're transitioning. VOIN Donkey and Sam 9, this collision will finish off. Oh, never mind, they part ways, but Loyu is not enough. He's being revived. I want to shoot something now, but Loyu is a bit too late. VOIN Donkey already part their ways. Move on, go a bit slightly towards the center of the circle first. If not, for Sam 9, they get hit by the blue soon.
Yeah, they gotta move because the blue will start close in about 10 more seconds and they're pretty close by with the blue. So they'll be one of the earlier teams to receive its wrath. As for Sam 9, they not only have Roy, but they kind of have an idea that Megamind is behind that vehicle. So Megamind is now praying that those shots don't land onto him.
I think there's one rock behind it. Ooh, VOIN Donkey, Zeta never miss. And that's going to be over. Pig on the side of Sam 9 got punished in an instant just now. We saw it went through, but Yuhai unfortunately went all the way back. But right now being knocked down instead. Lowy, can he save Yuhai? Ali got himself some covers with the barricade of the vehicle, but for how much longer? Potato and Razak will try to force the push. Where are the cover fire coming out from Sam 9? Not looking at it one yet. Megamind still managed to survive anyhow.
Oh, VOIN Donkey is rotating towards the left side. And while Sam 9 is behind them. Probably need to be extra careful with the fact that Megamind could shoot from the middle, like what you said. And at this moment, VOIN Donkey still fighting their way through. Okay, it's either to take the left or the right. They have to make that decision. Most likely towards Roy, since if they're able to overcome Roy, they do have the circle. But if it's Sam 9, then they still need to go in.
VOIN Donkey tried to take down the entire crew of Roy. Juke is down. Porsche probably gonna be next, and they hit it. Hazer coming out there, cover fire from the back. So it's actually a two-way war for Roy. It's not just VOIN Donkey they have to deal with. Also MORPH coming out from the other side of the circle too. But for VOIN Donkey, they don't know where the shot's coming out from. It's probably coming out from Sam 9.
Wow, Sam 9 from behind, still putting pressure onto them from the back, and they managed to slide into the circle somehow. Loyu knocked back down by Hazel. Roy eliminated at number 9 with 6 elimination points, so it's locked in with 66 points for Roy. Sam 9 is the closest contender right now. Technically still a full team, and anything can happen if Sam 9 can pull off a big one.
Yep, they need to survive a bit more long, but unfortunately, Sam 9 down to only Yuhai stand here. If I'm not mistaken, that's going to be Yuhai still alive. But how to revive? Manage to revive and resuscitate on one, but he might actually have to give away one player away. But on the side of Sam 9, if they manage to reset all 4 of them, it's going to be a different level entirely. Next, Crit VIP, and also VOIN Donkey just finished off the last member of MORPH. Probably another 2 more. Yep, Yul is there. Flippy is still there. VOIN Donkey seems like trying to scatter the crowd, finding their target as soon as they can. But TALON 8 eliminations. Now, my God.
Oh, neat. Sent by VOIN Donkey, hoping to hit onto Flippy. Flippy still alright for now. He's cooking up his own nade. While we check out the circle, it goes towards the southern side, so it's towards the teams that we can see here on screen. But there are a few teams on the northern side, including the final member of PEA on the outside the circle. Now it's the challenge for that one player to come in next.
It's going to be the battle of placement points as well. U-High and Sam 9. It's been presented opportunity towards their side here with all 7, 8, 9, 10 players being eliminated early, but unfortunately they barely got enough elimination to push their number through. But TALON, despite they had a great run here, Crave VIP also chasing the eliminations.
Yeah, Misery knocked down, and now Crit VIP looking for more points. As Crit VIP, our boy secures another elimination point for them by taking out Linux, and now Crit VIP 9 elimination points. And they're starting to collect placement points as well. Our boy, what's he doing there? We saw that.
Close enough. Crave VIP. Oh, Axel. There's going to be lots of talent, but Crave VIP, they're pushing the numbers crazily with VOIN Donkey getting themselves to 9 eliminations, but knocked down on 1. That's going to be 3 players of VOIN Donkey left. Make it 10 as they eliminate the last player of PA just now. But Crave VIP, talent, and as well as VOIN Donkey, the elimination feed is going crazy with the numbers too.
Yeah, it's going insane. It went insane, but now I believe that it's going to chill until stage 8. But Flippy is still not out of it yet. He's still trying to hold his guard against VOIN Donkey. He doesn't have a vehicle, but the volley! Oh man, Flippy, I know you're hard, but not that way! But Flippy went down with a bang.
It's going to be Zeta on the side of VOIN Donkey. They are back here for VOIN Donkey, coming back for a stronger round. 10 eliminations already. Definitely they got himself in the 80s here. But for the side of the top 4 teams, Sam 9 lasted long enough to have that one player to just survive a bit longer. Well, Crave VIP and VOIN Donkey would go for a 3v3. But Team Flash, I mean, they've been taking a lot of fights here today.
Yeah, and that involved a Batman being knocked though. So Team Flash down to the last player. Crit VIP, time for them to move. Look at the damage taken by Putra. I mean, it's stage 8. Oh, hopefully his vehicle not stuck. Oh no! His vehicle got stuck! And Putra got knocked because of that.
Oh my god, speaking of the worst timing possible to get himself an accident. Now back to the side of Team Flash. Zeus, the last player, they got himself 5 eliminations here, but Zeus, we do know he specializes in close quarter combat, and his rifle's pretty much running dry. No more reserve magazines there. I just hope he's aware his current condition to stop tapping it away. But for Crave VIP, VOIN Donkey, they do have better chance of getting this chicken because of how much players they have left on their lineup.
Yeah, 3 players, and Crit VIP also 3 players. And both of these teams could use a couple more points. VOIN Donkey a little bit more especially. And let's see here. On the other teams, okay, Team Flash, they're fine. But of all 4 teams, SM9, they need it the most. Zeus, eliminated by Helton. And that is Team Flash out at number 4 and 5 eliminations.
Difficult for U-High, but unfortunately it's going to be VOIN Donkey eliminated. U-High of Sam number. At least they got themselves some placement points, but VOIN Donkey, can they close the game here? Will Crave VIP stand back up as a 2v3?
And here we go. They see our boy. They have an idea of where he's at. And now all in focus onto the members of Crit VIP. They're clumped up together. 3v2 as they fire onto our boy. And VOIN Donkey will make sure they go into a break with a chicken dinner.
I think around 16 elimination when they close their run just now. What a push by VOIN Donkey, but they pretty much in the safe zone as well. So I assume when it comes to the gap, I mean, this definitely going to stretch the numbers up. Will they get themselves in the number 1 spot? Because Team Flash also quite consistent here today.
Yeah, Team Flash. Because of the consistency, they will definitely be up there and also pretty comfortable in the overalls to be in the Super Sunday. At this point, I wouldn't be too worried about Team Flash. But let's check us out the stats here for VOIN Donkey. So they secured themselves 16 eliminations in this round. 26 points collected by VOIN Donkeys. This should put them in the clear.
Crazy amount of eliminations. Back for those double digits, Cloud. I mean, there's no stopping when it comes to week number 2 here. But I do want to see when it comes to the overall, how much of a gap difference for the top 8. Because just now, 6, 7, 8 players being eliminated earlier than before. But Vaxi, we talk about the rise of Vaxi this week. This definitely shows how well he can play the game.
Yeah, not the first time he came out as the MVP. This time it's 5 eliminations and 1,423 damage with 349 damage received, 28% team contribution, and a survival time of 26 minutes 55 seconds. And Bexy, he's been coming up very often on the MVP charts. But besides VOIN Donkeys, we gotta give it to Quick VIP, TALON, and Team Flash as well.
Now, also when it comes to consistency, I have to give it to TALON and Flash. But let's rewatch the highlight. What really happened? What went down? And how many teams scored themselves double digit by end of this chicken dinner? Brought to you by VOIN Donkey.
The Master of Defense, VOIN Donkeys, played in farm as a start in the absence of Alliance to make their rotation in, defended their ground well, and scored this chicken dinner to bring them 26 points. Crit VIP, 18 points, and TALON at 10 points. So with the 26 points and even 18 points for Crit VIP, I believe we will see them in the Super Sunday.
Oh, I cannot wait and see when it comes to the overall rankings later on, Bob. I have to say, this is devastating to watch. Coming up from Infinity after their highs just now ended up with another 0. This could be hurting them quite a lot, including GEEK fam, who's so close getting that top 8 just now. And the 66 is going to be the total points, the magical number, but it's a bit of a gap from 8th place to 5th place.
Yeah, so if we look at this, right, 5th place is 80 points. That's more. Seeker 78, 72. So that's going to be that range. And then you have like a 6-point gap between RRQ and SEM9. So 66 right now as we flip over to page number 2, because Roy also had 66 points. Infinity 62, O2 62. So the points are still close enough for a lot of these teams to come up with an upset.
Even down to XERXIA, still 66 was the number. It's not even 10-point gap right now. My god, how close can we actually go till the very end of the day here?
Yeah, I know, right? It should go down to the last game for some of these teams. So that will make our last chance qualifiers super duper exciting, right? And this is what we asked for. It's not like, top 8 teams secure before the final game, and the final game doesn't mean anything much. Nah, we want to see a race down to the wire.
I mean, week 1 was already tight enough, but the race getting even tighter for week number 2. I mean, if PEA suddenly have a rise when it comes to the second half of the day, now that will change so much as well.
Yeah, I know, right? If PA all of a sudden like 2 rounds, chicken dinner, big numbers, and all of a sudden they put themselves in the running, that would be super duper interesting. Honestly, I would want to see that just for dramatic value.
It's extremely dramatic till the end. I don't know how the team's gonna keep up with this kind of pressure mounting their back, and a lot of teams that actually didn't make their first week Super Sunday start to rise up, and they got themselves quite a high positions for the last chance stage here.
Yeah, I know, right? Then we'll get to see heartbreaks for sure for teams who do not make it twice into the Super Sunday, and those who made it last week, they did okay, and this week not making it at all. So there's a lot to talk about here because we're already at second week. So yeah, I expect more drama to come. So ladies and gentlemen, you don't want to miss out on the final 3 games. I can assure you, looking at the numbers, looking at how they're performing, the last 3 games here will be insane.
Yep, and so far, just to recap, week 1, who didn't make it through for the Super Sunday, right? Team Flash definitely going to go in now. XERXIA have a chance, but we're going to recap that later on again when it comes to the second half of the day. We're going to hit the break for a bit, so don't go anywhere. See you guys in a couple of minutes.
everyone after the short break, and back again with me, Windy, as your host. And now, joining me on stage, we have Batman from Team Flash. Hi, Batman. Hi. So, first thing, I want to know what were the issues Team Flash faced during the first week of this tournament, and what difficulties have you encountered?
Xin chào Batman. Thì tôi muốn hỏi là vào cái tuần đầu tiên của mùa giải lần này, không biết là Team Flash đã gặp phải những khó khăn gì và hoặc là những cái vấn đề gì vậy?
Team của bọn mình bắt nhịp bị chậm so với các team khác nên là gặp một số khó khăn trong tuần đầu nên là thể hiện không có được tốt cho lắm.
In the first week, we were slower than other teams in catching the game's rhythm. Therefore, we couldn't perform so well.
And for now, do you think you success to overcome those difficulties?
Vậy thì bây giờ các bạn có nghĩ là các bạn đã vượt qua được những khó khăn đó chưa?
Em nghĩ là vượt qua rồi.
Yes, I think we have overcome the difficulties already.
Oh, great. And next, as we know, the full season is crucial as it determines the ticket for PMGC. Why did Flash decide to change the lineup with 2 new players? Do you think it was a risky move?
Thì như chúng ta biết là cái mùa giải mùa xuân này là một cái mùa giải quan trọng giúp các bạn quyết định là có giành được cái tấm vé vào vòng chung kết PMGC hay không. Vậy thì tại sao đội Flash lại quyết định đổi đội hình và có 2 thành viên mới? Thì quyết định này có phải là hơi liều lĩnh hay không?
Em muốn tạo bất ngờ cho các đội tuyển khác và nếu nói có liều hay không thì liều mới ăn nhiều, thử mới biết được.
For us, we want to create surprises for other teams. And talking about whether it's risky or reckless or not, then we have to try to know, because the riskier, the more benefits.
How about this? On a scale 1 to 10, how confident are you in this PMSL?
Thì nếu như mà đánh giá trên thang từ 1 đến 10 thì các bạn mức độ tự tin của các bạn trong mùa giải lần này là bao nhiêu?
Khoảng 10 trên 10.
It's about 10 out of 10.
Wow, I love that confidence. And last thing, speaking of the lineup, with the main lineup changing from the first week until now, have you identified the key factors that will help the team reach the grand finals?
Thì trong tuần thứ 2 này, với cái việc là thay đổi đội hình so với tuần thứ nhất, có phải là đội các bạn đã tìm ra được yếu tố để giúp mình có thể giành được tấm vé vào vòng chung kết hay không?
Bọn em đã tìm ra và khắc phục được các lỗi mà bọn em đã bị trong tuần đầu nên em nghĩ là sẽ có chiếc vé final cho bọn em.
For the second week, yes, we have found the factors that help us improve our shortcomings in the first week, and I think they will help us secure a ticket to the grand finals.
Oh, thank you so much, Bitchman, and good luck for your 3 matches after this. So thank you so much. And now it's time for us to take a look at the highlights.
That interview coming out from Woonty, or aka Batman, as his new name seems to be, known these days. But coming up from Team Flash, I love the confidence coming into this season.
Yeah, the other day we heard a 7 out of 10 from another team. Now we heard a 10 out of 10 from Batman himself. So I'm liking it. I mean, they have been doing very well now, and they definitely have fixed whatever shortcomings that they had before this, and they warned themselves. Not only the chicken dinner that we see on this highlight in game number 1 today in Sanhok, but now they are on the top of the leaderboard in the last chance qualifiers.
When it comes to last chance here, another team is actually pushing their top. We have to give it to VOIN Donkey. I mean, we definitely seen a lot of Vaxi these days. So I assume there might be a head-to-head between Vaxi and probably the players from Team Flash too. We're going to have to wait and see. But I feel like it's always going to be Zeta and VOIN Donkey, but Vaxi is going to be next. Who else from VOIN Donkey will have the rise?
Well, we'll continue to monitor that, right? As we continue to monitor the other teams as well who will make it through. But we're going to look at the comparison between Team Flash and VOIN Donkey. When it comes to stats, average eliminations do favor Team Flash 4.3 versus 3.7. Average place on points, VOIN Donkey. We did talk about their defensive work, hence their place on points are a little bit higher. Average throwballs used favor Team Flash, and the top 4 rate is more towards Team Flash. But when we compare the 2 players here on screen, Gosu is compared to Razak, and Razak have a little bit more average elimination as compared to Gosu.
slightly a bit of on the edge when it comes to race up. But also don't forget about the other teams when it comes to a last Erangel in last chance stage. RRQ supposed to be dominating this map, but unfortunately RRQ today has not been so much yet.
Yeah, we can see the same for Boom Esports as well. Should be no chicken, no problem for them, but it seems to be still a problem for Boom Esports to secure as many points as possible. GEEK Fam is still on the outside top 8, so for them to have this stat having their name at number 4, they should be able to make it happen in the final Erangel match. But we are only down to one Erangel match left, ladies and gentlemen. And if we were to look at like the different regions getting onto the board, only from the Malaysian region has not scored the chicken dinner yet today.
With one more Erangel to go for the teams that's still kind of at the borderline, I think this is gonna be hello, good morning, alarm to you, so you guys need to push your numbers. Now speaking of, before we went into the break, right, I want to recap about Team Flash, TODAK, XERXIA, the Infinity Alliance, PEA, Pandem and Crib VIP didn't make through the first Super Sunday, but Alliance gonna go straight this week, Pandem gonna go straight this week. Pre-VIP is doing pretty much good when it comes to today. TODAK, they are kind of tough, but doable. Team Flash definitely up there. So there's going to be the teams that did not miss week 1 Super Sunday will have to miss this week too.
Yeah, for sure. The moment we saw that, okay, Team Pandem, Alliance went up, so somebody has to go out for sure. And who will be that somebody? So potentially still teams like GEEK Fam, Boom, even O2 is still on the outside. So, but the 3 more games points can potentially push them up. But what they've been seeing so far is that during the early to mid stages, a lot of the teams in the middle pack, those that are desperate in need of points to be in the top 8, most of them got eliminated.
Not just that, across the entire day here, I also have to note that RRQ only scored himself, like what, they're starting off 67, now at 72. That's pretty much less than 10-point progress the entire day, but they're gonna let Loyu play for Sem9, so they want to test Firen with Loyu this time and UI too, so this is gonna be an interesting swap coming up from the side of Sem9.
Yeah, and we also have a swap for RRQ. No Mercy is out and Fnatic is in. So despite RRQ in the top 8 now, but still they need to maintain the pace because they haven't been doing that well today, and the risk of them dropping is still there. So this swap is hopefully be able to help them to boost themselves up. And Boom Esports give it a swap with Flyboy coming in.
I think this is what they really needed for Boom. It's awkward to see Boom in their such position here. Yes, they had better run when it comes to the first wrangle of the day, but it's weird to see Boom not taking the fights because they know for their aggressiveness in the game.
Yeah, probably a certain level of confidence needs to be regained back by Boom Esports, and today so far they've only got 4 eliminations. PEA, for them to make the great escape, they try to make this swap, a rush out, easy in, but because they are at the last place right now, for them to come up with a chance of getting into the Super Sunday, they must come up big this round, ideally with the chicken dinner with a good amount of eliminations with it.
Personally, I feel like I'm rooting for PEA so they can have a bit of a shakiness for the bottom. But we do have Niwi and Mega Earth, a bit of a swap between XERXIA players as well. Now, if PEA can secure around 20-ish points, I mean, including eliminations, probably double digit, plus a chicken, that's gonna shake the entirety of the overall rankings by the end of this round.
Yeah, I know, right? And that will be really, really fun, right? So it will make like the final 2 rounds really matter for a lot of these teams. So like no team is like, okay, we have no fighting chance in maybe the final 2 rounds or even the last round, and that will make our storyline much, much more better. As of now, with 3 games left, it is still mathematically possible for any team to be on top. Of course, it's down to they themselves, and this final round could be crucial for some of the teams at the end.
And then right now, it's all about the mental game for the teams and the players. Individually speaking, we all know how capable they are. Can make a turn of a tide based on this last Erangel map. It's down to them battling with their own fear and own confidence here. I mean, the biggest enemy is going to be their own self in the game.
That could be as well. Mentality is definitely something that plays a big role, especially in esports. So they need to find their rhythm again. Team Secret just need to keep up their rhythm. They'll be absolutely fine. So far, they're doing okay in the top 8. So as long as they can collect a few more points, maybe have a decent round, maybe the final 2 rounds, they can take a chill pill by then. For GEEK fam, this is a team that cannot miss out on the Super Sunday as well.
Oh my, I mean, comparing their own self, their old self of week 1 and their new self in week 2, I mean, they definitely want to revert back to that week 1 version of GEEK fam, but can they make do with the last Erangel? Also for Boom and RQ, what is going on? Let's find out in our last Erangel in Last Chance Day.
And it's the final Erangel in the last chance qualifiers. We're going to get a different flight path this time, starting down south from the military base area all the way up north. And it looks like the flight path is skewed towards the right side of the map instead this time. And teams who like to drop on the left side might need to change their plans on where they want to drop.
If we're gonna have sort of a yesterday circle pattern, then we might have a chance of landing ourselves pretty much similar circle, just like how we saw just now. Probably Gakko will be the field of the circle for the next couple of minutes. We're gonna have to wait and see, because it's never us to call out for the circle. If only the circle can hear us, it will be Zaki all the way, of course, but we're never gonna get Zaki anyways. Well, there's gonna be Infinity dropping SMB early alongside with Team Secret due to this flight path. We assume PEA gonna drop very late, but it'll be fun. I really want to see PEA just to make things shaken up a bit at the very bottom there.
Yeah, and for them to make it shaky for the other teams in the middle, they have to come up big. So far, the plan for PEA, at least for the start, no changes for them. They still drop at the edge. Stalber, Kameshki, they're fans of dropping by the edge in almost every other map. But we are going to get a military base circle for our final game.
It's probably hitting at 80% of SMB right now, based on the circle so down north here. And I think a lot of teams, the moment they drop themselves, this is definitely a hooray for the teams dropping themselves on the very south. I mean, like, especially Team Secret is going to be their land. They love this kind of circle. But for VOIN Donkey, we saw he's the MVP a lot of time for VOIN Donkey. Vaxi seems to be out here by himself.
Yeah, and at least he got a couple of weapons, but it's not going to be enough against Roy, as Juke will knock him down. So that's going to be a definite point secured. Although I wouldn't be too worried about VOIN Donkey, frankly speaking. But Roy will be the team that needs the points. And with that 1 point, look at this. The chart immediately changed. And now Roy is in top 8.
And based on a circle as well just now, I think Infinity probably want to take advantage of the circle, because they are one of the teams in the north. Sorry, in the south.
Yeah, so for some of the changes here, I'm looking at the elimination feed as well. Let's not forget Sem9 needs the points, and they lost 1 player early. So it's like Roy and Sem9. Roy had the first blood, Sem9 lost 1 player. It's like the contradicting between these 2 teams, but they are in the same level of desperation for points. But the Infinity, looks like they got MORPH as well. They have played the bridge campaign, and to note that actually Infinity dropping into military base is somewhere that they're used to drop even before this, even in previous seasons. So they know this place like the back of their hand.
I think both teams are going for bridge camping. Team Secret on the right, Team Infinity coming up from the left side. And speaking of another team, they barely made it safe on the top list here. It's going to be morphed down to 1 player. And Hazel will revive, but question is, can they survive as a duo later on? You saw how crowded the bridge already was.
Yeah, getting across is going to be another problem, right? And surviving the main peninsula for some of these teams, like GEEK fam, is also another issue. And Geek Fam, 2 players left while they are still in the chase. They are 7 points behind Roy. But with 2 players, it's going to be really, really hard. But of course, MORPH could use a couple more points. Hence, they wouldn't mind if they're presented the opportunity to eliminate Geek Fam.
Well, speaking of extreme situation, you mentioned Geek Fam. We saw Mika jump straight into the water, avoiding conflicts against RIQ. The moment they start the engines with their vehicles just now, I don't think any of RIQ players noticed or even saw any of Geek Fam players. Like it was actually MORPH taking them out earlier, but they opened fire from the back. This gives a lot of opportunity for RIQ to wait it out here while they will be gatekept by these teams.
Oh, well, we check out the replay, and that's exactly what happened to Yuhai. But oh, this is a big rush in by MORPH onto Geek Fam. And with that one single rush, they took out 2 for Geek Fam, just like that.
It was a big rush, I agree. I mean, like, it was a 2v1 at first. I assumed the follow-up coming through quite easily and quickly on the side of MORPH as well. But for RIQ, if Geek Fam didn't open fire just now, they cross over the other side without actually trying to challenge them. I don't know if Geek Fam did the right decision by giving away the position early on.
Yeah, so at least the good news for Geek Fam is that like they weren't countered, but I do agree with what you say, right? Like they don't have enough manpower there in case all of a sudden, like, because they gave away their position, other teams will be like, oh, there's someone there, we're going to try crash in. Geek Fam will be on the losing point.
Speaking of rotating early, a lot of teams don't have their loot up yet, like Boom, but Great VIP resolved to just take a charge against... Wait, what? Damn rude!
Did Damru even get anything out of that? Okay, I'm waiting for the elimination feed. No, it's all given to RQ. Okay, Damru got Putra. One. That's all. But the biggest loser is, of course, Crit VIP. But frankly speaking, 94 points. Crit VIP is like... We can take an extended break.
Yeah, we gotta have to wait and see for the teams down to probably to 12th place or 14th place, since they're all having a triple tie down there. Depending on how much they can gain within this run of Erangel, and make it worse, the circle really not helping for the teams that close enough to get themselves to the top 8. Samnai and Roy do have a tie. The only tiebreaker is going to be depending on their placement points and the chickens by the end of today if things keep going in the same direction.
Yeah, so we will allow that to unfold itself by the final 2 rounds. Right? But as of now, the crucial teams in the middle. So if we were to summarize, Infinity, they got 2 eliminations out of the bridge campaign. Let's not forget, Infinity, they started 3rd last place today. And now they are contenders for the top 8. So if there's any major improvement of all these teams, I would say I would give it to the Infinity.
I agree. I mean, during the group stage, they were at the most bottom across the entirety of the list. They were on the 24th place and slowly start to climb up and get their momentum up again. Now we're waiting for this team to wake up as well. I mean, the Infinity made their breakthrough for PA. Definitely their full challenge right now.
Yeah, looking over at Infinity, it's like, hey, you didn't make it into top 8 last week. Okay, this week, is it in looking at them doing well? I mean, it's a challenge to PA. But looking at the irregular top 4 rates here, RRQ, statistic-wise, they do like Erangel. They just need to convert it into actual points right now. But at least so far in the starting of this round, they managed to collect 3 points, which is not too bad. And all they need to do right now is to overcome like this circle. If they're able to overcome the circle, the stats might favor them for them to do well. And they might just keep their distance with the number 9 onwards.
I agree regarding that, but stats have to be conveyed by this map here right now. It's going to be the last Erangel run here today. They're waiting for Misery to swim for Talon, but they've been discovered by 9. Now Misery, I mean, how far can it actually go? But the boat been taken out by TODAK just now. There's going to be a lot of swimming to do for Talon, cutting across, but it's still going to be a 50-50. No way. If the circle shift upwards later, it's going to be a lot of headache for these teams.
Oh man, that would be super fun if that happens. I'm not going to rule that out as well. I would say we have seen that before, right? Like it looks like it's going to go main 30 base. All of a sudden it goes up. And one of the scammiest circles of that sort, we have seen it last season. And we know how difficult it is for those teams. But of course, it's exciting for us as viewers. But for the teams, it's like, yeah, if it's main 30 base, just keep it that way, all right? Let's not play the ping pong.
Yeah, I mean, decisive circle till the end, probably. A lot of teams already emptied out the main peninsula. There's nobody else coming out from, except for the team that's coming in super late due to the drop as well. So you can assume they're coming in the last of it. Probably nobody bridge camping, and they have to find themselves with the blue zone. But the Infinity seems to be roaming and trying to have total control over SMB right now. At least they still have a 4. But Sam9, they're down to 3 players. I think it's still doable without Yuhai, but they have to reposition themselves. And this is a new dynamic that we're looking at with Firen playing alongside with Loyu.
Yeah, so this is actually a new combination for Sam9 as well, right? I mean, at this point, any combination involving Loyu is pretty new since he's making his debut here today. This is actually his second game. Any significant impact? Not yet, but maybe this is where they are trying out the combinations, right? By putting Firen together with Loyu and see how it goes.
I don't know if it actually will work, but we're curious about it for the entire season since day 1. So we gotta wait and see. Will it actually place well for Sam9? So far, we don't see any actions yet. They try to avoid early conflicts, but VOIN Donkey is pushing it. So they're forcing Sam9 to take actions while Boom. Last time I saw them, some of them barely got any gears on them. And we're talking about not even level 1 vest or helmet. They ditch all the looting phase entirely just to get into SMB first.
Well, hopefully they'll be able to replenish their utilities inside SMB with that quick run or that quick rotation. But for some of the teams, they wish they were in a safer area right now, because as 7-9 Mika, the last we saw, he swam across to SMB. His teammate Damrud should still be at the gas station on the left side bridge. So if he gets knocked, basically there's no one else to save him.
And he's been surrounded, smothered by all the rest of VOIN Donkey players. It's going to be difficult for Mika to get out from. But for TALON, at least the swimming pays off because they managed to dock themselves at the edge. But Team Secret, we do know they have bridge camping and the circle. Hot shift all the way towards the left side, but at least it's 100% SMB. But the one coming up from right end of the bridge. Oh man, I mean, that's going to be difficult for the team still not crossing through those bridges yet.
Yeah, well, at least it's a decisive circle, right? It's like, okay, you decided on what you want to have for dinner instead of saying anything. And then we all know how the story goes if a girlfriend says anything. Anyway.
Yep.
So.
Or a wife. That happens too.
Speaking for experience?
Yes, definitely.
Wow. Okay. We gotta interview Mr. Manager one of these days. How does he
luck.
overcome? We need some tips, you know.
Yeah, we're probably gonna drop here in next, especially when it comes to next Miramar about survival tips as a wife or as a girlfriend. But in this case, it's not gonna be taking any advice from any of us because they are seemingly looking at more eliminations that offered themselves towards the eyes of Team Secret. TALON, the moment they dock themselves around the shoreline, Team Secret seems to be ready themselves to get those eliminations up for their numbers.
Aha, Linux evaded 2 nades back to back, so gotta give it to him. His tap dance lessons did pay off, but Break should take those same tap dance lessons as he got knocked down, and this is now the opportunity for TALON to go in, but Axel gets knocked back down by Drangzin with another nade. Just trading nades to each other. Drangzin! Knock, man! How many back-to-back knocks with nades have we seen?
Incredible toss by Linux. It's down to GEEK to revive his teammates. Yeah, at least they got some uneven terrain. At the same time, Linux, Lengs actually got for TODAK. While Linux here still busy himself trying to do some revive with the blue zone crossing into the edge. Around where we're looking at right now. Team Secret, they need to revive and reset right now because TALON, none of them actually willing to have a break yet.
Yes, and the blue will force them to not have that break at all. But for Team Secret, at least for SOAS, he's out. He's looking for the next pathway safely into the circle. His other members going to follow him through. All he says is that, okay, follow my lead, guys. But we move over to the bridge here. XERXIA with TODAK. Here we go.
Oh, the nade seems very painful to watch for both teams. And 9 pretty low himself with Erangel. He managed to reset with a heal in the last minute. 9 on the other hand, taking a bit of a shot, and that's going to be the shotgun finish off the job. But we're not done for XERXIA. Here comes Ghosty just passing by easily.
Okay, switches over to his M4. Tries to hit that one shot. Oh, he stopped. While the circle moves towards the left side. Oh, this is going to be bad for teams on the right side. But it's also bad for the Lighthouse teams. We have BARUZ here showing himself right now with the DBS going in for the chase, but nobody's home.
And speaking of back towards the bridge, Fire Engine might be sacrificed here and left with only Megamind down on the very south of SMB just now. Coming from the blue zone, but Team Secret, this is supposed to be their game and supposed to be their map. They lost one player, not entirely lost yet. Technically still having a 4, so they can revive. But TALON, on the other hand, they are fighting in the blue. So I assume Team Secret gatekeeping TALON from entry into the safe zone.
Looks to be the case.
Oh,
And
excellent.
GEEK is there. And TALON is out. But frankly speaking, TALON is like, what, 97 points. They are doing not too bad. Expect to see them in the next round. But we move back over onto the left side. We do have Roy here. And Roy, by the borderline, they could use a couple more points. So they are playing this fairly safely, hoping for teams around them to eliminate each other. And while they stay away from fights at the stage.
Yep, and Roy and RQ seems to be neighbors for now, but they're gonna sign up a truce agreement since both of them will not collide anytime soon, unless if they're a bit adventurous for Roy. They might want to get some information on what's happening in the center, but Megamind, unfortunately, this is gonna be a tough climb for him. As the last sole player for XERXIA right now, with Boom watching over this side, the moment he pops the smoke, that's going to give away his position. But we're not done for our bridge camping yet here, Cloud.
Oh yeah, RRQ. A team could use a good amount of points still. Now they have a chance to block out O2. And O2, they still have that circle, but when it comes to stage 5, they might not get it. So that is where you need to prepare on how they're going to get in past RRQ. And RQ, they're not going to let this one go. I mean, no reason for them to leave this bridge now.
The POCO especially spotted out O2 players who jump out from their buggies. The moment they try to take the fight, it's going to be a big mess down there. But for Sam9, they working out as a trio quite alright. They managed to squeeze into SMB safely, but they are challenging the owner of the SMB area, which can be Team Secret, who already scored himself 3 eliminations, but they just got themselves 4, but unfortunately down to only 1 player. They still can make it through if he can survive.
And 7-9, okay, moving in. But we'll check out 7-9 in a little bit more. Now we have PEA against VOIN Donkeys, and Mizi is currently down. But look at the elimination V2. 7-9 in action against Team Secret. And they are trading blows with each other with Viren eliminated. RRQ blocking out Roy. Posh will be knocked down. Lots of fights happening elsewhere. SOAS will secure that point against 7-9.
Despite the trading blows and trade some of the players a bit knock here and there, 7-9 they left with only that last remaining player, and they might lose that 8th spot here if Roy they manage to have a reset and that full squad still survive. This is trouble brewing for 7-9.
Oh yeah, I mean, 1 player left, and so far they only managed to collect 1 point. It's only down to Bobo Who right now. At least the good news is that he has to think about. Oh no! RRQ spots him out. Bobo Who, where you gonna go?
I mean, this is circle siding with RRQ, right? RRQ, there's no way they're not getting any points here with this sort of circle, favoring the bridge fight, who they've been camping here the longest. But let's watch a replay of XERXIA. RNJ was aiming too much towards the side of TODAK players just now. This fight cost the entire XERXIA at a cost.
Oh man. And because of that, the XERXIA only 1 player left while they still have a chance to be in top 8. Same goes for Sem9 as well. I mean, they could lose that double 8 spot anytime soon. But we move on to Boom Esports, a team that needs a lot more points. One player still currently down, and GK is going to be the next target. GK for Team Secret is going to be the last man standing, as he's super duper low right now. 10% of health, gets away.
It's a different team that's shooting him from behind. I assume that's PA maybe. The moment he got himself discovered by the hills. So Team Secret, he got no place to go anymore. PA come out from the back, Boom from the front. So GK, I mean, the best case scenario is try to score another elimination before he's just gonna go down. But lucky enough for him, Boom start to part ways now. They might bump into Infinity.
Yeah. Speaking about bumping, PA is still bumping into VOIN Donkey. But Zeta, with a beautiful nade to get 2 members of PA down, it's going to be Mizi right now. That's going to be together with them. While another player of PA, Kiddo, is waiting behind, playing as a support role. But now it's a good time for Kiddo to come in and support his teammates by saving them in the front.
Adam was trying to gain any sort of information, but what a nade again! And this time it's gonna be Team Secret across all the way. The other side of the road is 2 teams taking a blow to the side of PA. Now they're surrounded and smaller down to only Kiddo left, only having that 1 tree to take cover. My god, this is gonna be tough.
And VOIN Donkey, they're looking for the final member of PEA. So Kiddo has to be prepared. He does not have any healing utilities. He only has 1 nade, and that's about it. VOIN Donkey, they're not too desperate for Kiddo. They're at 102 points now, so pretty much safe to be in the Super Sunday. But look at the elimination feed. Looks like O2 fires back onto RRQ.
I mean, the circle definitely gives so much opportunity for RRQ here, but unfortunately, they couldn't land that shot towards the side of O2 Esports right now. It's going to be Jumper cooking up the nade, and Asar will return the favor again, but Nepeko barely got an angle here, finally getting a clear shot. He can just shoot it over to Kid, and finally knock another one down. Quite a slippery bridge here for the side of Nepeko. Has to be extra careful. Spot out Mazel as well. There's MORPH coming out the other end, in which going to be Hazel, but Mazel will be knocked down. Down to only Fredo. O2 Esports left with 2 players stand.
And there's 1 player from MORPH behind him though, Hazel. So he has to be careful of his back at the same time. Mazel will be out, and that's a confirmed elimination given towards RRQ. And Nepeko looking for more targets on top of this bridge. So far, Nepeko's position is still not being able to be counted by O2.
Now, it's down to Hazel to give mercy on the side of O2 Esports, because right now they are unaware, but he's swimming below the bridge. So for the side of O2 Esports to have a clash with Hazel, probably not going to be happening anytime soon, except for RRQ players that can actually see Hazel swimming beneath them. But Infinity will have the fight against another team, but we're going to put that for rest first, because O2 Esports losing a lot of members within seconds.
Yeah, Jumper went out. Now it's truly down to Fredo. Fredo has a little bit of an elevation against Nepeko, but Nepeko here has the shotgun together with the AUG. He'll go in for a frontal fight, and that is all he needs. 1 shot is all it takes to eliminate Fredo, and O2 is out.
We're gonna see the rise of Boom and RRQ. 8 eliminations by RRQ, just bridge camping for the longest time. The circle still favors them when it comes to stage 6. Infinity, unfortunately, despite they're supposed to get their circles off the bat, they are the one that land in SMB. They'll be eliminated as well.
Yeah, quite a waste there for the Infinity when they had the starting circle. But we do have, that also means that it opens up opportunity for Boom Esports, which is still in the game with 3 players. And now we are down to our 7 teams. Boy, we'll be looking at RRQ. Boy, they will be pretty interested to take out RRQ. If they can take out RRQ, at least it opens up that opportunity as well for them to overtake them in the overalls.
Serja, that's going to be adding into the numbers of elimination at 4 and with the placement points too. But for RRQ, this definitely going to be solidified positions, what we've been waiting for the first half of the day. Finally going to come back in the second half and the last wrangle. But VOIN, Donkey, Zeta spot out Nepeko. That's going to be their watcher on the very top of the bridge be taken out here.
Snake playing it sneakily against Sunos. Managed to get a knock on from afar, and he will reveal his position towards Roy. And now Roy still playing the gatekeeping role. Okay, let's also consider that the fact that we have stage 7 coming up, so Roy might need to manage the road later on. But now they're all in focus on the managing RRQ, and Zeta for VOIN Donkeys will steal the elimination away.
VOIN Donkey, especially Zeta, seems to be the bane for RRQ right now. And there's Snape tossed over by Roy as well. And Snape still hold on to his progress and his positions here, but Nepeko is screaming for help. But the moment he tried to save Nepeko, we know that Zeta is eyeing over this angle here all by himself.
Yeah, that's where he needs to be really, really calculative. Okay, at least he has a box there, alright? So Snape will go in for the revive. Nepeko will be saved. Roy Carr will save his teammate as well. But Hazel taken out not by Roy, but by VOIN Donkey Potato.
Feels like VOIN Donkey is really on the rise here right now, taking all the fights here by himself and taking covers inside of the compound. But little do they know that Team Secret GK is right behind them as well.
Yeah, I know, right? GK could surprise them. Okay, right now, VOIN Donkey, they're making the move. Probably GK is hoping for that so he can slide into the building. But then again, when he slides into the building, he will be even closer to VOIN Donkey and potentially could backstab them.
Waiting for that time to happen, but Nepeko managed to get a reset. Now he is taking a fight against Roy and not going to face over the other side of the bridge, knowing that VOIN Donkey do have some elevations and it's difficult for them to deal with them right now. So best chance it's going to be RRQ picking a fight over Roy over VOIN Donkey, but the circle shifted away. So both teams, including RRQ, they need to start to move as well.
Yeah, now it's time for Roy to move as Roy will finish off Snape. And Roy, officially as of now, they are above 7-9 and they're in the top 8. But he could use more points to stay away from the drop as Nepeko will start to stop Roy from coming in. And Roy, Carr, knocked out, Shunos knocked as well. Nepeko gets another one. Shunos eliminated by RRQ.
With the help of Boom as well, I guess RRQ managed to just breathe a bit of relief within them now. And now Juke is not happy with the Nepeko still, so he's gonna aim for the last player of RRQ right now. Didn't actually connect for the nade, but he's running with a shotgun from that distance. It's not gonna work things out for him.
And he claims 6 eliminations together with a couple of placement points, so they will remain above 7-9. And also, to note that both Esports have been eliminated, so no chance of a chicken dinner for them. But it's a big chance right now for VOIN Donkey to score this chicken dinner. They only need to eliminate one from Team Secret and one from RRQ, that's Nepeko.
At least they know that the RRQ player Nepeko is coming up from the bridge, but they definitely oblivious regarding Team Secret's GK's position here.
Oh, spots on Nepeko, and Razak will secure that point in the pocket. And like what you said, right? They don't know that GK is behind them. So GK, he sneakily let himself into a second place finish at least, unless he can pull off a clutch here against VOIN Donkey. But it's a 3v1 with the circle. I don't know how a GK pull off a clutch here.
Yeah, I mean, like, if he can surprise us, GK, by the way. But since VOIN Donkey just left this compound, so they definitely, this might not cross their mind that there's somebody else coming up from this compound as well. They're probably gonna have to double check here. But GK, he's waiting around the curve line. He knows that it's going to be at his advantage with this position, as long as nobody coming up from flank, which VOIN Donkey already plays himself with. And it's going to be 100% chicken dinner now as Razak finish off the last play of Team Secret.
And 200%, we will see VOIN Donkey in the Super Sunday with this chicken dinner. And it's going to be real interesting to see them with this sort of momentum bringing on to the Super Sunday. As for the other teams in the middle, a lot of them have been eliminated fairly early, and I noticed that there are a lot of changes in the middle pack around the top 8 area. So it will be interesting to review later on what the numbers are among all those teams. But for VOIN Donkey, this chicken dinner also brought them a total amount of 12 eliminations.
Yeah, that's a huge number, and I have to give it to the son of Zeta. He managed to make so much damage on RRQ due to his presence there only, kind of blocked entirely what RRQ planned before. But Razak, it seems like he's on the rise. We had Zeta in week 1 and Vaxi coming in week 2. It feels like at the end of week 2 we have Razak on the rise as well. Now it's down to Potato.
Yeah, so Potato waiting for his part to happen. But if it happens for as an entire team, that's fine. Let's celebrate our MVP here. Razak, 5 eliminations, 773 damage, 329 damage received, 2017 contribution, and survival time, beautiful number, 26 minutes, 26 seconds, as Razak is the MVP this round. But VOIN Donkeys, if you ask me again, it's an entire team's work.
True, everybody pull out their own weight, but I love to see the RRQ, the circuit definitely kind of in their favor as well. But for Team Secret, what a play alongside with Roy here today. I love the rise of the Vietnam region, but let's see if VOIN can make it or not in the last minute too, as we watch a highlight of the chicken dinner coming up from VOIN Donkey.
Mid to the base circle, not a problem for VOIN Donkey. They made an early swim across from the farm area as their regular or original drop spot, and they survived to the chicken dinner. So they brought them 22 points this time, but joining them in the double digit is RRQ 15, Team Secret 13, and Roy with 10.
Now, I definitely want to tabulate the scores for the overall ranking. How close of the gap do we have? A tiebreaker till the very end of 2 more maps remaining. But Infinity, 3 points more, 5 for Zerja. Boom! Finally coming back in the second half of the day with 8 points.
But can't say the same celebration for Crit VIP and TALON. Both of them with 0 points. But for TALON, so far they've collected a good amount of points. I wouldn't be too worried about them. Crit VIP with 0. Potentially drop. It's going to be hard as well. I mean, they got more than 90 points. So it should be still okay for Crit VIP. But let's get a confirmation here. Okay, overall rankings, Roy is at number 8 with 76 points.
Yep, definitely Sam9 being pushed down based on how the elimination feed just now went quite early out. So 76 is the magical number. It has to be 90s for the team to make it through. But Boom and Sam9 67 and even down to Infinity 0 to 65. GEEK fam at 60. I mean, the gap is still so close here.
Yeah, it's as close as Boom and Sim9. Both of them are 9 points away from that number 8 spot. So it was still, of course, there's meaning towards the last 2 rounds as of now. Infinity, 2 more rounds, also able to do it. They're at 65 points now. But let's look at the numbers here between Team Flash and VOIN Donkeys. 2 teams who are at the top now.
Yeah, and it feels like these 2 teams, the one that's not stopping anytime soon, the one that actually at the very top are never gonna get rest when it comes to pushing the numbers up, and the one that at the very bottom that crave for the points will have to struggle. But it's gonna be the leader, elimination leader, Razak and Zeus. I love this. Razak has been on a rise here today, but the only difference is gonna be some throws more slightly just towards Flash. But for points and placement points, elimination and placement, and this time is a bit more at the edge for VOIN Donkey.
But VOIN Donkey not only has a good stat there, but also they come up with a good stat here in the fragrance department. 12 eliminations by VOIN Donkey, followed by RRQ with 10 eliminations, and then we have Team Secret with 7 eliminations, with GK securing a 2nd place finish for them. And Roy, 6 eliminations. Okay round for Roy, and this will keep them still afloat in the top 8.
Well, it's still not, I would say not 100% disappointment for the teams that did not make it yet for the top 8. There's still a high chance, and VOIN Donkey, don't forget, they just got a back-to-back chicken dinner. Now, Team Flash and VOIN Donkey, we definitely not worry about them when it comes to getting to tomorrow's Super Sunday. But Infinity, despite they had a really good run here, unfortunately, even though we got an SMB circle, which should be theirs to take, they're on a roller coaster right now. They have to get back that momentum.
Yeah, it's just unfortunate for Infinity, right? So that just had to happen. And also to point out that Team Secret actually dropped in Novo, so they made good use out of it. So that's a good example of like, okay, you get that first circle, and then that's how you make the best out of it with such a difficult mid to the base circle. But anyway, we're done with all the mid to the base chatter and all the Erangel chatter, because Erangel is out the window right now. Coming in through the door is going to be Miramar. So still, the middle pack there is pretty tight.
I mean, it's so tight that till the end we might actually have to go down to tiebreaker. I hope that will not be the case. It's going to be super painful to feel that for the players, especially if it's down to the tiebreaker of chicken dinner first, and then it's going to be placement points. Then only we're going to go through eliminations. I mean, chances are we might end up there here today.
there is a possibility, right? There is a possibility. So obviously, to avoid the tiebreakers, tiebreakers are heartbreaking. We have seen that before this, and it came in a bigger moment. I remember the one with that time Udo Alliance and also SLD in one of the seasons. The ticket to PMWI that time. That was like what, last year or the year before, something like that. And heartbreakers are definitely very, very heartbreaking. So yeah, if we go down to that, then it will be the most dramatic week so far in the last chance qualifiers.
I mean, last week we thought that it's one of the tightest races, but now down to 15 plays. I mean, for PA, let's be real here. I feel like it's going to be difficult unless they surprise us with more aggressive plays, a bit more proactive in finding those eliminations. Then that's a possibility. If not, then if they're still going to play it safe, I don't see them coming into Super Sunday once more. And we do know when it comes to missing out Super Sunday twice in a row now, it's going to be almost going to say no more grand finals for them then.
Yeah, they need basically 2 more with 0 moments in week 1. Two of them in order for them to have a chance. Even that, you need to see what is the movement in the middle as well. So to start off, that one. But if they don't get it this round, then pretty much it. They have to say goodbye to the Super Sunday. But we're also looking at a swap here. So Loyu is done, and Adep is back in the lineup.
And Lo, you probably need more warming up here when it comes to Battle Royale. Hopefully we get to see him tomorrow morning for the Metro Royale too, in this case. But yeah, another team that we should highlight about, it's going to be Boom. Now Boom, what happened? Will they miss this week to Super Sunday?
They're still at risk for sure. So 2 more games to go still means a lot to Boom. They can still go through, but the risk is definitely still there. No changes for Boom Esports. That means they're still sticking to Flyboy in the lineup. And Flyboy, he has shown a good performance inside of the Miramar matches or Miramar map. So he's hoping to replicate the sort of performance for Boom Esports in order for them to have a chance to be playing the game tomorrow. If not, it will be a holiday. But let's see if that will be converted into the actual game now.
Is gonna be the map of miracles and Miramar. We expect a lot of double-digit, even crazy amount of eliminations out here. Since the teams are super desperate for the points, this is the time for them to make it happen.
Yeah, time for them to make it happen. Time for some of these teams to make up on the potential lost points before the flight path will begin from the north side of La Cobera, and it's going to end in the area where Porto Paraiso is at. Decent flight path, I must say. Majority of the teams are able to get to their regular drop spot, as PEA will still retain their regular stance of dropping by the end of the map. This time somewhere up north, and they're going to go to Torre Akumada to start their loop.
Oh, it's all gonna be the circle talk again after this because, I mean, please no open warfare. We had too much in on top of Miramar here. But we're gonna have to wait and see. Right now, I'm calculating something else entirely. Now, we do have this talk earlier on right now regarding which is gonna be the group of death this week. And so far, most teams are going straight to Super Sunday. So it's gonna be a lot coming up from Group A.
Okay. Would you have calculated that now with the first 8 batch, or would you wait until the this one is locked in before you calculate?
Okay, let me think about the one that confirmed for the top 8, right? For the one that actually confirmed before, I think 3 of them coming up from Group A, and oh my god, this circle.
Okay. Let's stay focused on the calculation. Okay, let's just to pull you back because I really want to know.
Yeah, I'm trying to find the stats here right now. Give me a break, man. The circle just make it so difficult for me to focus here. And so far, we have like around 3 from 1, 2, 3. 3 straight to the Super Sunday from Group A. 3 from a Group B. Only 2 from Group C. And when it comes to today's performance here as well, most of them coming up. Team Flash is Group A. VOIN is Group B. And TALON is coming up from Group A. So I think it's more to its Group A. Yeah, Group A is the dominators here.
Yeah, as of now, right? It sounds like Group A. Yeah.
Because the top 3, 2 of them coming up from Group A as well. That makes 5 of the 100% confirmed Super Sunday coming up from Group A.
That's great facts there. So yeah, I guess earlier this week we kind of anticipated Group A to be it, and it is showing on the qualifying teams as well. So okay, teams from Group A, interesting. But what's interesting as well is our MVP here, Razak, as a highlight player. So what he likes, everyone loves M4. No one is without an M4 in their preferred weapons. The secondary weapon is a swap. So for him, he likes the Scar L. So taking frontal fights for Razak with those weapons, that will be the ideal weapon to tell the story of his playstyle.
But by the end of the day, when pan over to the play, it's going to be DPS. That kind of actually portrays on the game too, but maybe in a different case when it comes to Miramar. Speaking of Miramar, it used to be known as Thai team's favorite map, but we only have 2 of them here, which could be Infinity and XERXIA. if there's face cam, possibly they will take a lot of points out of this because they're well known for how they love Miramar even back in their olden days and golden days. But across a lot of teams that's in the last chance stage here, majority coming up from Malaysia, of course. Great VIP with the most amount of points right now. I think they're pretty much safe, which means that the teams that actually got themselves in the first Super Sunday, that's gonna be GEEK Fam, Boom, Sam9 included, I assume, and O2. These are the teams that will lose their week 2 if they don't push it up high.
Yeah, so looking at the current state of things, they still can do it. With the numbers still pretty close, Roy's 76. So it's a delta of 9 between them and Boom and Sam9. And then a delta of 11 with Infinity. All of a sudden, 11, if you break it down to 2 rounds, it's an average of like, say, 6 points per round. All of a sudden, it doesn't sound too bad until teams like Roy, Boom, and all these teams start to collect points. Then the number will change.
Now, the thing about teams like Boom, even MORPH, at this point, honestly, and even RRQ in the free, like, especially coming up from the Indonesian teams here, they can have that one crazy round with, I mean, half the amount of eliminations and just turn the tide in the very last minute. It's doable by these guys.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I mean, those are all the possibilities that can happen. I'm just basing off of like, okay, what are the average possibilities, right? But okay, I'm also thinking around like, okay, if in the middle pack, which team has not met the Super Sunday before? Infinity is quite clear. They missed out on last week. So I guess if we want to have like that storyline, like towards like week number 3, the end of week 3, yeah, SERXIA, we can include that too. Towards the end of week 3, then ideally for these two teams to come up to the top 8, and then it will just it will like kind of like mess things up a bit more for the week 3 stats.
And now we have a bit of a fight against VOIN Donkey. I mean, I wouldn't worry for VOIN Donkey right now. 100% going into Super Sunday tomorrow. So, but for RQ, there's some at stake. We're talking about the gap in between them and the rest of the teams. They can actually play it safe for RQ just for the sake of, you know, survivability, so they can just secure a couple of more placement points. 90 is so close for them right now. But if they manage to secure the eliminations out of VOIN Donkey, it will be a big advantage as well.
Yeah, it means more for RRQ as compared to VOIN Donkey. So Potato and VOIN Donkey, they can pretty much do anything. Asa gets knocked out of the Potato, and the other members of VOIN Donkey not too far away though. And it seems like they want to take a fight. We can see the movement here coming in.
And it's Roy around the corner now, shooting across towards VOIN Donkey. Oh my, speaking of third party and perfect, I mean, we're talking about Roy who's desperate, super desperate for the points here.
So, at this moment, RRQ, with the 2 points collected, desperation might shift to comfort soon. As for Roy, yeah, they are definitely in the need of points to stay away from Boom. And if you think about it, right, if somehow Roy meets up with Boom or Sam9, one of the closest contenders, and they wipe them out, I mean, that will make an interesting storyline too.
Yeah, if it's the reverse, it will still be an interesting storyline there. And speaking of desperation, I mean, XERXIA, TODAK, and Infinity definitely more desperate than the other teams that are actually in the middle pack right now, because they never get even one Super Sunday. There's going to be go time for them if they still want to make it through the grand finals. But Team Secret, they're pretty much safe and comfort up there. I don't see them being pushed down any time now.
Yeah, we did talk about like the golden number, right? So in the last chance qualifiers, it's 90 and above. So theoretically, Team Secret with 91, they should be all right. And RRQ is 1 point away from the golden number. So they should be fine as well, unless a huge swing happen for teams number 9 onwards. Then it's going to be a different story. But for now, speaking about shift, Circle did shift away, and it's in the middle of this high ground area where majority of teams are already in it, taking some of the key spots of their own.
Yep, and everybody want to cling on to that high ground, because high chance the next circle will shift down south. If it goes ping-pongy all the way, then probably south will be the next shift later on, where a lot of team, this is just too concentrated for the circle. For MORPH, at least they avoid those early conflicts way early on, because there's going to be the battle of the high terrains and high mountains here on top of the circle that we witnessed just now.
Well, they can still play for the lower grounds. I mean, based on our view, it's majority of the lower grounds are vacant, and circle might go there. But we have a replay here of a fight where GEEK got the knock, but for GEEK, he didn't secure the elimination point. So it's a matter of a knock here. But we do have a Team Secret against a Crit VIP, and Team Secret in this high ground, and he should be able to secure that point against our boy.
I mean, like, these two teams can cancel each other out. It's fine because they're pretty much safe right now. They're just next to each other anyways. It's just going to be a swap of 4th and 5th place. But for the side of Team Secret, they want to solidify their placement points as well as their eliminations by end of this map, because 91 feels like a bit shaky still for them, possibly, depending on how much team like Boom 79 Infinity can score later on. But for Team Secret and Crit VIP, I mean, the worst case scenario, they're going to get pushed down to 7th and 6th place here.
Yeah, that's like the worst case scenario, right? So I do agree that, yeah, not too worried about their current position. But it'll be just interesting to see that if Team Secret can just, like, you know, add more points just for the sake of adding more points, just to give them that insurance policy that they cannot be pushed down anymore. And if you have a team in front of you, might as well do something than staying put. And they absolutely did something with those nades.
Double nade down by SOAS and GEEK. Now it's going to be the follow-up that really matters to translate into the elimination points. I don't see any third party coming up very soon for Team Secret and Crit VIP, so it's going to be okay for them to still cancel each other out. I do want to see the teams like Boom. Where are they? Sam9 as well seems like having a tie, and it's super important that Roy will have to stay alive as long as they need to.
Yep, and it's not that super important for Crit VIP to stay alive. They got eliminated by Team Secret, no points this time, but they'll be absolutely fine. Team Secret, with those points collected, they move up against Crit VIP. But now we have O2, another team that potentially could go up onto the top 8. They arrive around the area where Team Flash was at.
Is it going to be a Chumacera circle? We're going to have to wait and see. Sam9, not really. We're ping-ponging back into the center here. It's between the battle of getting those high grounds or low grounds. Like how you mentioned, there's going to be a lot of dip valleys even in between. So if the circle ended up right where Sam9 and VOIN Donkey's at, that's going to be difficult. There's going to be a lot of partition there for the teams as well, whether to go for the north or the south side in between those street. But on the side of GEEK fam, they cannot afford to go down now.
Not at all. Plus, if they go down to TODAK, that means TODAK would pull away from them. Okay, and TODAK circling around, gathering information. Damroot is behind, playing that support role as usual, as they notice Damroot moved away. Mika knocked down by Iftar, and looks like GEEK fam, they're in dire trouble right now. Aizin's on the left side, opening up the flank against Iftar. But before that, Iftar makes sure that the point from Mika goes to TODAK.
Oh, these are the two teams that cannot afford to cancel each other out. And PA taking on Team Flash. If PA can win that fight, it's going to be huge. But TODAK, on the other hand, they have casualty, but not as heavy as GEEK fam right now. And TODAK, unfortunately, Team Secret also seems to be eyeing towards that side too. No, it's not just going to be GEEK fam anymore.
Well, PAA fighting back with Mizi here from the top floor. Okay, goes down to the ground floor. And Mizi pulled off a clutch against Team Flash. PA still in the game.
With 2 players left, heavy casualty hit them quite early at stage number 3. Now they have to survive with a 2, and GEEK fam with 1 player left. For PA, it's unrealistic for us to say they're going to hit the Super Sunday, but they definitely will try better for next week. But O2 Esports, the team that cannot afford to go down, now finally be taken out. Boom, push up, and Sam9 as well.
Ooh, XERXIA as well, since they would want to eliminate O2. They collected 3 points out of them, and O2, just as they were by the borderline of number 8, they pushed down. Man, this is okay, last round could still matter for O2, but we'll need to see what happens in this round for some of these other teams. As for 7-9, this is also going to be an important fight for them. Same goes for SERXIA. Both teams have something at stake.
For Roy, they cannot afford to just engage in any of these early conflicts too soon right now. It's too much of a risk. But for 7-9, despite having only 2 players left, I mean, they know what's at stake here for 7-9, but they have to make it a go and make it a try. But it's SERXIA we're talking about, but next it's going to be Team Secret. I mean, Team Secret is fine already, but they might take out TODAK here.
Yeah, TODAK's the one in desperate need of points. One player currently knocked, as we will observe the next phase of the circle, and it goes towards the southern side. So teams on the outside. Okay, Team Secret needs points. Team Secret doesn't need points, they're fine. TODAK needs points and they don't have to circle. GEEK from Damroot is still in the game, and GEEK from definitely needs points, but he has RRQ in front of him on the south side, so that's going to be quite difficult for Damroot.
For Roy, it's quite a decent compound, but not the sweetest, because for their back end, which is going to be their behind, there's RRQ, and RRQ, they still in the top 8, but Roy couldn't afford to lose against RRQ. If not, there's going to be a damn big push down all the way later. But for PA, despite they're quite far to reach out for their numbers, but the desperation can be seen here. They're putting so much work to take so many players out. MORPH, but it's Kido against 2, 1v2.
Okay, here we go. Looks like Toyo will dance in the building together with Kido. Kido on the ground floor. But before that, Toyo makes sure that he secures that elimination point. And that's going to be point in the pocket. But Toyo falls. Kido fights back, and Kido winning this fight. Okay, it's not over yet though. The follow-up on Flippy has to happen right now. It's going to be a 1v1 Flippy, 50% of health, while Kido is 80%. But from behind, the Infinity have arrived.
And also TALON. It's gonna be Infinity versus TALON by the end of the day, because I don't see PEA player will survive this push again, as the entire crew Infinity just arrived and they're close getting those numbers up. And we're talking about desperation. This is the teams that are so desperate for the points. TALON not so much, but Infinity, they will try to take PEA out, and next they will have to challenge TALON if they want their points to be available for the top 8.
And we can safely say that with this elimination, PEA will just be fulfilling their final round as an obligation. But for Infinity, they collected 2 points and they are still in pursuit for the top 8. Now we move forward to TODAK, another team that is looking to get into the top 8. They will try to rush in onto Team Secret.
Team Secret don't really need points, but TODAK desperate, super dire need of it, and they portray such play as though their life depending on this play, and they are doing it right this time, leaving only Trunk, the one that's left for the side of Team Secret. Now that explosion definitely giving away Trunk's position. They know he's on top of this roof, so I assume 2 players will be out waiting from the outside. The other 2 will try to flush him down, but TODAK, they have 1 man knocked down, which can be GEEK fam out of nowhere. The last player, damn Roots, they're giving some pressure, but Lynx will be forced to go indoors. Right now, Trunk, he's taking a fight from above the rooftop and going against the rest of TODAK.
Oh man, that Lynx nade, it bounced back onto him. Lucky enough, it did not knock him out. So he's still okay inside the building and managed to reset. Sending another nade on top. It did damage Trungzin, but Trungzin is still holding down his ground while he resets with the first aid. 2 more first aids left for Trungzin, while TODAK having a difficult moment trying to get to Trungzin.
They have to wait for Boom to take actions. Boom got some visualization to a side of Trunk, but the mid-air explosion coming out from the side of TODAK did make some damage on the side of Trunk, so maybe they will keep that going. But the circle will shift here at the same time, and TODAK still in trouble as Trunk dropped another nade down. VOIN Donkey got the center. I mean, speaking of the teams that don't really need the points, they got even the circle. But XERXIA, Semnon just next to each other. Roy still indoors and taking the compound, but TODAK, oh man!
Man, Trunks is still fighting TODAK as if this is a championship winning chicken dinner. But if he can pull off a big one here against TODAK, it's going to be a big flex as he gets one. But then again, the final nade by the always dependable Lifter takes him out.
They need to reset fast because Boom is approaching. So there's going to be 3 members knocked down. He needs to pick the player with the least amount of HP left. With Ifta also bleeding out Lings, they have so much work to do, but lucky enough for them, Boom didn't actually charge in. Next we have TALON. I mean, like, TALON is safe, but not so much for Sam9 though.
Yeah, TALON, it's, well, points-wise, it's absolutely fine, so not to worry for them. Sam9 in a warrior position, but even more so for Damroot. Tanking this blue, RRQ still in front of him. Final member of GEEK fam, and yeah, he has 3 first aids though. So that's the best he can do right now to try to run in, but still, in front of him is still RRQ.
And RRQ being greeted by Boom and TODAK waiting on the high ground as well. As long as GEEK fam did not being discovered by any of these 3 teams who happen to be opening fire towards the site now, it's gonna be no problem. But TODAK just arrived. Boom taking on Fnatic. There's also Roy start to open fire, and TODAK, they just charged straight into Boom's place.
Oh, wow, they're distracted by RRQ. TODAK tries to take advantage of the situation, but TODAK is being shot back as well. 9 takes a lot of damage. Vehicle blown up, and now 9 still managed to get a knockdown to Fnatic. 9 now is knocked back by the other side, and Boom Esports will claim those points as they continue to claim more points. Their 3rd point claim now.
Oh no, I mean, like, RRQ, I mean, it's so far they're still safe, but Roy still have a full squad. By the way, we still have Boom in the game, Sam9 still alive, Infinity now charging it across the other side of the street, now crossing over, trying to finish off TODAK and Boom at the same time. Now, if Infinity can score the double team points, that's gonna be a huge jump when it comes to the points.
Yeah, Infinity still with a full team. Anything can happen. And speaking about Infinity, 3 touch. Sent the nade across onto Linux, knocking him down. And then the nade a little bit too short. Ifta going in for the revive as Tiger X managing Boom Esports on the other side. They still need to come into the circle. Yummy could be the next target as Tiger X will need to reset. But Boom Esports has eyes onto TODAK.
But TALON also scouted out for Infinity with Linux on the other end. But Langs will be knocked down by Boom as well. Boom, they are craving for the points. They might actually push Roy down if they keep aggressively pushing in. And they might not miss this Super Sunday still. But Razy is pretty low himself. But here comes Roy. They're taking action. They're still licking their wounds for Boom. And Roy taking the advantage at a perfect time.
Yeah, and Roy, if they can eliminate Boom Esports, that's going to be their closest contender. The circle, they move away from them. So they have to end this fight quickly. Roy finding the advantage, and Razy drives behind, gets knocked down immediately. He was a distraction for the members of Roy, and now Boom Esports will need to make the most out of it. At the same time, Juke from afar trying to land the shot onto the members of Boom Esports. Shunos at the forefront will save his teammate. Boom Esports, they still have Yummy, but Yummy need to heal up quickly.
And Roy, they are still licking their wounds, and Yummy May now dealing with Infinity. Lucky they still have Yummy May in front to tank it out against Infinity, but Juke play from the flank side, giving so much opportunity and also space for the rest of Roy to reset. They didn't have the reset yet. Now back to True Novs. He needs to go and deal with God Sunny first. He couldn't revive the rest of Roy, leaving only Porsche bleeding out. They lost Car before. It's back to his Rion at the back line. It's too much at risk for the side of Roy. They cannot afford to go down now.
Yeah, I mean, Roy still need to keep the pace up because Infinity, they seem to be doing well this round. Okay, they need to secure those points. Okay, Shunos is going to be at the front. Infinity, I wonder if they know that he's there, but they're sure about Porsche's position and they will secure that point. Tiger X will be the one to claim it back for the Infinity, and they are dominating with 5 eliminations.
Oh man, Infinity might push Boom down after Boom being eliminated, as Yami was the last person standing for the side of Boom. And Infinity, they are actually on the rampage. They got himself 5 eliminations across the board, and still enough body with the chicken dinner for them to push themselves up there. Even Roy's not safe at this point.
Yeah, not at all. Plus, they only have 2 players left. Okay, we do have Sam9 on screen, and one of the players currently knocked. XERXIA still with the full team. For them to have a chance to get on, they need to come up big here, ideally with the chicken dinner. So far, they're on the clear on the left side of the circle, only dealing with Sam9 right now. As they move back over to the Infinity, this time they have TALON in front of them.
No way, now SERXIA kicking it off as well. They got himself 5 elimination. They're chasing the points up here. 2 teams might get to be swapped places with these 2 teams on the rise. Infinity, I mean, like, TALON is fine, but who will get the points out of TALON if TALON couldn't fight it back? Don't forget about this side of SERXIA. There's also Roy in the Infinity. There's gonna be 3 teams that are so desperate for their points here.
Yeah, and Roy managed to evade the continuous fight by the Infinity. Right, the Infinity, full squad. Okay, lower ground, up north. Ooh, we still have stage 7 circle for us to observe on what's going to happen. Axel defending his ground against multiple angles, but frankly speaking, for TALON, they are generally fine. It's more of a flex if they're able to take out some of these top teams that could potentially be in top 8.
The only one that can actually take down Axel is going to be probably SERXIA players, but got Tony taking a bit of a risk by opening up his angles. Touch taking a bit of cover fire from the back. Hopefully the smoke will last him long enough because TALON repositioned himself all the way towards the backside of Infinity, but the circle will shift in less than 10 seconds. If it favors SERXIA, then SERXIA have the biggest chance to secure the chicken, plus putting himself up in the top 8 by end of this map.
Well, looks like it goes into the middle, and SERXIA will still need to move forward. But the best team that could potentially be the top 8, the Infinity, actually has a good circle. But they need to deal with the VOIN Donkeys, who knock one of the players down, and out is Tony K.
Can VOIN Donkey score a triple chicken back-to-back here? That's going to be another question in the lineup. But for VOIN Donkey, they're left with only 2 players. Here comes Stella. I mean, let them cancel each other out because we want to see between these 3 teams that survive at the very bottom who can make it through for the top 8.
Yeah, this is going to be real heaty now. Infinity, are they able to revive that one knock player? Okay, this is going to be a big question here. It's going to be important. Yes, they will. So they're back as a trio. As for the circle, looks like teams will start to push in. Tuni is now down to the hands of TALON, and he will definitely be eliminated. That means the Infinity now has 2 players left to make it happen.
SERXIA with a full squad, by the way. They definitely have numbers advantage here as long as they don't engage too early. But I feel like they will go against VOIN Donkey the way they crash into their compounds. But they need to play some plays around the high grounds where TALON's at as well. Infinity, they will take the small shack and take covers, just hoping that nobody will try to shoot towards their side. But for VOIN Donkey, if they cancel by TALON here, as long as Infinity taking advantage to steal the points away, they still manage to push their numbers up, and boom, we're definitely going to be having the biggest upset.
And here we go. The Infinity. Man, 1 player left. I don't know how much you can get out of this round. But you know what? It gives SERXIA the opportunity to secure the chicken dinner. Look at this, right? They are full squad against like 2, 1. So they have a good chance. But TALON now putting focus onto SERXIA. SERXIA have to overcome this.
They try to overtake the back line of TALON, which is going to be super difficult based on the terrain, and they barely got any covers here for SERXIA if they want to cross over towards TALON's side. Unfortunately for Infinity, I don't know about their placement points. We're going to have to wait and see, will they overtake Boom, and will Roy still be safe at number 8? Because right now Roy down to only 2 players left. With SERXIA, they do have the numbers, and they finally make a break point with the help of VOIN Donkey. TALON losing the members. The only one that can stop TALON right now is gonna be VOIN Donkey, and SERXIA will have the biggest win of them all.
Oh, that was a nade there by Vexy that would be evaded by TALON. Okay, these 2 teams might cancel each other, and that's gonna be good news for SERXIA. SERXIA, now by the left side of the circle, they start to come in. Next, they'll meet up with VOIN Donkeys if they continue to push further. At the same time, Roy is making their move as well, but Megamind gets a Roy! Both last players by Megamind, and that is a crucial elimination.
SERXIA, they're taking the numbers up. If they can score a double digit plus a chicken here, that's a huge jump. They will push so many teams down there, and they make it to the top 8. Now, all they need to do, Mega Earth running dry with his bullet, with 45 bullets reserved in his rifle M416. The nades will be the opener for SERXIA. They might want to go in for the rush, but they have to wait for TALON players too.
Yeah, they have to observe TALON as well, because they know right now there are 2 different teams. As they come into this compound, at least they're within the circle. They're taking away this area from the hands of VOIN Donkeys. VOIN Donkeys, they can go in for the revive, but for them to go back in and fight with XERXIA, it's going to be hard. But the nade sent by Mega Up eliminated VOIN Donkey. Now only 2 more left from TALON.
9 eliminations across the board here for XERXIA. It's down to 2 more players of TALON. If they secure 11 out of the eliminations, yeah, plus a chicken, that's the biggest upset for the teams that will be pushed down later. XERXIA, they still have a 4 with 3 by Mega Earth and Mega Mine. Darhat scored himself a 1 and RNG got a 2, but they spotted out Linux first, but they have no clue about Axel.
Yeah, they're looking at Linux, but Axel from the back could probably surprise them. And now the focus is onto Linux as Linux will continue to move in. He's out of throwables. Right now, it's down to his trusty M4. But waiting for Axel to make his move. Axel can take his time as he's not pressured by the blue yet.
He's using a UMP. Axel will reunite, probably just taking a bit of a backtrack, but Diehard is down. But that gave away Axel's position here. Whether Mega Earth will respond to this or not, with alongside with RNJ, they can actually make an opening for XERXIA. Now that's going to be the Molly Jet being focused onto a sort of Axel, while Linux still holding those ground. You got a couple of structures. There's only going to be 1 rock to take cover from.
Yeah, and Mega Earth, Diehard is still on the ground. Now TALON could probably come up with a surprise. So XERXIA, we can see them playing this very, very carefully, although they have the manpower against TALON. And right now, we are at stage 9. The zone is closing entirely. Both teams are forced to move forward. Mega Mine, we have the space to pick up Diehard. They should be back as a 4.
It's all about the blue zone. The blue zone will play the biggest part to force these players to get out from the hiding spot now. They still have enough throwables to force themselves to push out because they only have 6 more smokes to go for XERXIA, and the smoke can make such a great play here, and they start popping it out, but fires down on Linux first, leaving with only 1 player left. Axel stands up, RNG shooting, it's gonna be XERXIA. Chicken will be enough for XERXIA, scoring 21 points of total in this Miramar map.
21 points, that includes 11 eliminations for XERXIA. Winner, chicken dinner. This could be a huge comeback here for XERXIA, but we'll need to look at the overall points later on just to be sure on the performances of other teams and how close they are in the top 8 or how far they are from the drop as well. There will be a lot here to look at in this next round. But before we go on to that, here are the stats. And if we look at the damage received, absolute 0 by RNJ.
It's pretty good playing a ninja here coming up from XERXIA's RNJ, but when it comes to playing as a team, you have to give credit for each of the players of XERXIA. They were so patient regarding dealing with TALON, despite there's VOIN Donkey. Thanks to VOIN Donkey, XERXIA can break through in the center.
Yeah, so thanks to VOIN Donkey, yeah, XERXIA will be buying dinner tonight. And of course, our MVP. No stranger to the MVP chart is going to be Mega Earth, or before this known as Earth Z. 4 eliminations, 589 damage, 163 damage received, 21% team contribution, and a survival time of 29 minutes and 2 seconds. So Mega Earth, together with the other members of XERXIA, perfect round for them. They did not lose anyone at all to get this chicken dinner.
My heart beating so fast for the overall rankings later on, because the match recap do have a lot of the teams at the bottom as well, but TALON and VOIN Donkey, I mean, like, they are at the very top. But TODAK also make so much plays just now with 25 smoke and 20 hand grenades. That's a humongous amount of throwables being deployed by the side of TODAK. But how much did they finally score by the end of the day? That was a huge mess when it comes to the last few stages of Miramar. And speaking of Roy, are they still in it to the Sunday? Let's rewatch our highlight from XERXIA Chicken Dinner.
Oh man, I'm bringing out my Sampoa now. SERXIA, 21 points collected. This is going to be huge for SERXIA, and gotta give it to their substitution to in this round, right? So, other than that, talent 12. Man, there's so many numbers right now. Boom Esports managed to secure 6, Infinity 8, Roy 8. It is so tight to the final round.
Oh, when it comes to GEEK fam, unfortunately, I mean, like, chances seems to be very slim for them right now to get into the second Super Sunday of the week. So I don't know. For Korea VIP, definitely they can drop their balls here and there because, I mean, it's definitely going to be them getting into Super Sunday almost 100%. I think almost, definitely 100%. But here comes the numbers that we've been waiting for. 84 is a magical number, and Roy's still up there. We don't see any SERXIA yet, but I assume they are on 9th place.
Oh yeah, they must be really close. Okay, just remember the number right now, 84. MORPH is not in particularly on the clear because it's 85, so it's 1 point difference with Roy. Man, this could be down to 2 slots. Okay, it also depends how far the other teams at 9th and 10th are as well. So as we flip over to number 9, and come on, we can flip over now. I can't wait to see how close it is. Okay, 83 points for SERXIA. Oh man.
I mean, like, it's not impossible for TODAK, down to TODAK, to actually make a comeback here. If they score 20 points in the next round, a lot of teams get pushed down even in the 90s too.
Yes, and they also need to hope that the other teams above them don't really perform as well. So there are a few factors here for even up to TODAK to have a chance to move on to the next round. So it's super tight here. The final round, it will be a stock market, ladies and gentlemen. A lot was changed. But what won't change from the previous round is that SERXIA scored 11 eliminations as one of the top braggers, followed by TODAK with 8, TALON with 6, and PEA with 6 as well.
Well, all hopes still not lost for the teams that still not make it to the top 8 because it's super close right now. We're not even joking about this time. Week number 2, it feels like there's really no room of error at all for this last Miramar map.
Yeah, I know, right? And out of all the teams that scored the chicken dinner so far, only a team from the Malaysian region have yet to score it today. But so tight, so tight. We will be definitely looking at the live score on the right as the round goes on. Same goes for the teams as well. And those teams that are like at number 8, number 9, Roy, especially, they will try to stay away from all these fights and pray that teams below them get eliminated early.
But the biggest factor that will change so much is going to be teams at the very top and the teams at the very bottom. These are the teams that feels like they don't have anything else to lose, especially PEA, right? PEA, it's super difficult for them to catch up, but they can make a change for the teams in the middle pack down there. And Team Flash and VOIN Donkey, as well as TALON, has been disrupting so many fights, and they survived quite a number of times. So I mean, this is gonna be fun to watch, man.
Yeah, I mean, even like the teams up there, right? Like Team Flash, you know, these sort of teams, they have nothing to play for. Like they'll be having the same mindset of like, oh, we can do anything they want, and they can disrupt all these teams as well that are in desperate need of points. And that also includes the fan favorite Boom Esports as well. Like they are still on the outside of the top 8. They need to come out with a big performance here while hoping for teams in the middle pack to not put up a performance as well.
Yeah, I mean, I do want to ask this in the chat for once, right? Who do you think will get pushed out and who do you think will swap the place in the very last minute? Because it is quite a Cinderella story, especially with XERXIA performing the last match.
If only we have like the power to make a poll, right? I definitely want to do a poll here. Because, yeah, it will be real fun. Like a poll and it comes out on the live stream, that would be great because it's fun to involve the community together, right?
Yeah, just to see if their predictions can come true or not. And when it comes to who get pushed down, I mean, everybody's super nervous. Nobody's smiling here. Especially the teams that can still make through for the last 2 slots, probably in the top 8.
Yeah, I know, right? Everyone's extremely focused right now, especially the teams that we saw on screen. Boom Esports, even like MORPH as well. absolute focus by them. Could be happy, that's fine. Okay, they can chill, they can chat before the start. It's absolutely okay. So we'll see them tomorrow again.
Now, RRQ did score at 90, absolute 90. I think it's okay for them, perhaps, because they're known for dropping the ball when it's really critical. But we have no mercy back this time, so we're going to have to wait and see what things will change on the side of RRQ. This is going to be the most comfortable team. Now, they're the one that actually smiling because they know they have nothing to worry about.
Yeah, they even subbed up the one of the hot players, Zeta, for Mineral. So just giving Mineral a final run out in the last game here. SEM9, also one of those teams that if they were to go through, it has to be a big performance here by SEM9. So they're going to stick with their regular lineup from the first week without Loyu and GEEK Fam. A bit difficult unless they come up with an insane performance also to hope that other teams will gain points. But that's the calculation here. Let's put it to practice now.
One last run of Miramar can change so much. Whether a team can still make it through a grand final or not, especially for the teams that missed their week 1 Super Sunday. The accumulation points for the PMGC is also in the fray. We're talking about a lot too much at stake here for the teams as well. Now we have early droppers here, including PE8, flight path going down all the way to as South Los Leones, but it's always going to be about the circle later on.
Yeah, so that will definitely be a big impact for these teams wherever the circle will go. As we look at like some of the potential clashes here. Okay, the key teams. Okay, XERXIA takes El Pozo in the absence of the Xavier. O2 around the area of La Cabrera with the high grounds around it, and the Infinity is going to go to Chumacera. It's not too far away from the middle of the circle. SEM9 Monte Nuevo will be their drop. Down south, we should see GEEK Fam going to Impala / Puerto Paraiso as their regular drop spot, and they'll be playing by the edge from there. And let's see if it works out for them, because they need to put in a big performance from the edge coming in, look for fights, and they have to travel quite a bit since the circle is up north. So hopefully that gives them that opportunity to gain fights.
Speaking of which, southern side later, we have a lot of thinning of ground in stage 1 due to how northern the circle starting off the day. So we might have a lot of early skirmish. The moment stage 2 almost hit, that's going to be a lot of teams trying to fight for those southern high grounds as well. This is going to be difficult for the teams like GEEK Fam because they are down south all the way.
Teams down south, and a lot of them are actually teams that are looking for points in. Infinity, Chumacera, GEEK Fam, Impala, Puerto Paraiso. So there's a good amount of teams that need to travel. But sometimes it's not all that bad, right? Like by traveling, coming in later, there's a chance that other teams in the middle pack that might be eliminated. So they could potentially use that chance to stay away from unnecessary fights. And looking over at some of the teams here. So Roy is one of them. And Roy, 84 points. Let's remember that. Only 1 point ahead of XERXIA. And they're making their rotation. Everyone's going to take their regular spot, except for some of the teams that might want to play by the edge. So it's really down to roll of a dice on what the teams really would want to do. So here we go. Infinity. Looks like they're going to start off all the way down south, hoping to evade the unnecessary fights as they travel into the northern side. And they're going to take this probably a slower approach since the circle is as such. So Boom Esports, this is also another team that we will be looking forward to. They are in Junkyard and not too far away from the circle.
Now you talked about avoiding unnecessary fight for the teams and the one that actually really in the middle pack, but the one that will not avoid it at all is going to be VOIN, Donkey, and TALON, of course. Even Team Flash at this point, they will get out of their norm and just try to make it difficult for the teams in the middle pack. I'm not surprised if that's going to be the case during the transition here.
Well, they can do whatever they want at this point. Even as much as we thought about the reputation of VOIN Donkey being more of a defensive team that works out for them, if they want to all of a sudden become an offensive team and just run around the map to look for elimination points, they can afford it. They'll be absolutely fine. In fact, they might be in a situation that they wouldn't mind just having a bit more chill time, since this round doesn't really matter much for them.
And that's the question, right? I mean, like for VOIN, okay, fine if they want to go and pick a fight, but what if they pick the fight against a team that's really in the need of those points? That's the difficult part for the teams right now. They have to factor into the teams that actually at the very top have nothing else to lose, will disrupt their flow of transition later if they want to gatekeep. Now, RRQ definitely one of the teams that love gatekeeping, especially with those high grounds, and they're definitely one of the close teams that are going to get into the Super Sunday and pretty much safe at the current moment. But for MORPH, I mean, 5 more points to go, it's doable definitely, but can they not get eliminated early?
Then this will depend on what sort of space are they going to get, right? Because this is also one thing to note is that we don't get that many northern side circles. So teams might not have that much data on, like, okay, if it's a northern circle, where do teams like to rotate, where are their regular checkpoints, not as much as other circles, especially the south side circles that we see most often in this season. So this leaves a level of ambiguity for these teams to navigate around the fact that they may not have as much data as they would have liked.
Now, speaking of the early fights just now, RNG seems pretty much low himself for XERXIA. They try to get themselves those high grounds just now. But for RNG, I assume he doesn't have any first aid. So they're still going to go for looting phase, while the other 2 players that got those high grounds definitely try to scout things out for the other 2 players that's going to go for the loot. While PA is also another team that will disrupt the flow for all the others that's desperate enough, including, I mean, like GEEK fam, they definitely need so much work here. We're talking about like what? Double-digit elimination plus a chicken. That double-digit have to be more than 10.
And they have to pray for the teams in the middle to not gain points any further. But we're going to get our first knock here. Gosu knocking down 9. And TODAK might lose this one player. And again, it's Team Flash. A team that has nothing to lose. And they could potentially be willing to go for it.
Yeah, but this is what we were talking about before. We're not worried for the team at the top, but we do worry if they pick the fight against a team that's in the dire need of those points. And 9 will be finished off in an instant. And Team Flash not even giving them any break here, making it so difficult for Ifta and the rest of TODAK to even pick out. I mean, Link's already go all the way towards the back. He's exiting out already, abandoned ship. But for Ifta and Cleon, do they have vehicles to run away?
They are still in the building though. So looks like they're not leaving this town just yet. One player is playing the support role from behind. He might probably join in onto Cleon and Ifta. But the Team Flash, despite them securing that one elimination, they are not hard pushing yet onto TODAK.
This is going to be another hot team to watch out for, with 1 point of a difference between them and XERXIA. And Sam9 picking a fight over Roy. Junos down. They cannot afford to involve in this early conflict, but Sam9 is forcing it out with those high grounds taken by Firen. So they spot our second player as well. I mean, Car got chipped down quite a bit. Crate VIP, yeah, Crate VIP is fine. Junos got finished off.
Oh, okay. And it came from Yuhai. He wouldn't mind finishing off Junos to score his first point this round, as Sam9 is still in pursuit for the top 8. Now, Roy losing that one player, it could be costly for them. But the other 3 players will want to stay away from fights now that they don't have a full team.
Now, we wonder which team are they aiming for here, around almost 400 meters apart. That's definitely going to be XERXIA, and they can afford to lose members too. I mean, like, Roy and XERXIA is just too close. These are the 2 teams that at highest contention for those placements. But the circle just happened to be a quite generous one. We haven't seen this circle for quite some time now.
And the circle favors Roy, Roy is right smack in the middle of the circle. So they can stay away from all these fights, hoping for other teams to cancel out each other. Alright, they'll be monitoring the elimination feed for sure. Now Team Secret appears on top of GEEK Fam. And of course Team Secret, one of those teams that are pretty okay up here. But it is GEEK Fam, and like what you said, it doesn't really matter about those teams like in the top 3, top 4. It matters which team will those teams meet along the way. And now we'll check out a replay here. And this is how Shuros actually got taken out by Sanhok.
Oh, for Boom, they are desperate as well. It's gonna be awkward if Boom is not in this Super Sunday. On top of Hacienda de Patron, I think there's probably gonna be around 3 teams, including Crate VIP. For Boom, I mean, it's pretty safe for now still, since they are in the circle. But to wait it out, I mean, it's difficult to read things out right now. Sam9 and Infinity, are you kidding me? These are the 2 teams that's in a dire position.
Oh, and Bobo Hoop would love to eliminate Gartuni. He does have the high ground advantage. Okay, toss that nade and immediately knocks down Gartuni. That is a crucial knock there. The other members of the Infinity, are they going to go in for it? Based on the minimap, there's somebody close by, but if they go for him, Boboku could take him out, and Gartuni just decides to sacrifice himself, deny away the point.
But Boo still secures it with 2 eliminations now, so despite he tried to deny it, due to the knockdown, is still within the time limit of being taken as eliminations. Still gonna score it 2. Now, baby steps on the side of Sam9 slowly, but for Infinity, they lost that man, so crucial for them to not lose any members here. And it's gonna be the high, the high tier teams in this last chance stage with over 100 points taking the fights on.
And both TODAK and GEEK Fam duking out each other. PEA, Kiddo knocked down to the hands of MORPH, and Flippy is the closest one. Toss the nade onto Adam. As the other members of MORPH, they are coming in onto PEA. So MORPH, they could use a couple more points just to reassure their position in the top 8, and they wouldn't mind taking this fight against PEA. Here we go.
But if they just calculated wrongly and got himself in a double nade down to a side of MORPH, that's going to be trouble brewing up if they got eliminated earlier as well. But they take their chances yet to solidify the placement. VOIN Donkey taking on Team Secret, and that's going to be top teams fighting each other. But for MORPH, it's still a lot at stake here, especially when it comes to last-minute fights. But PEA, they have nothing else to lose. They can fight back. We have O2 Esports lurking around the corners too.
Oh, yeah. I mean, it'll be interesting to see if they want to take that fight. And as the circle shifts towards the southern side, Roy still has the circle, by the way. MORPH now. Okay, they want to finish up this fight against PEA as they do not have the circle. Hazel tries to go in for the flank, and that Zero going to lead the charge. And he's going up against Mizi. Mizi pretty low at this moment. Mizi knocked down.
And Zero can finish him off in an instant with that UMP, but he got shot from behind. Did not expect the the backstabbing coming out from the side of PEA. But at least they're winning this with another 2 more points. So it's solidified position for MORPH. They need a couple of more to break into the 90s. GEEK Fam on the other hand, taking on Crate VIP. I mean, that's multiple kill feed popped on the side of GEEK Fam. Despite they lost 2 players with 1 knockdown, another 2 still alive, was Crate VIP down to also 2 players.
GEEK Fam tries to get as many points as possible. Whatever it is, as long as they're still in the game, there's still hope. And for Crate VIP, they'll be fine. So they can do whatever at this moment. Even if they lost 2 players, they will be still okay. They'll be looking forward to their performance again tomorrow. Ooh. But for MORPH, Team Flash coming on to Zero. And Team Flash trying to stop the other members of MORPH. And another one seems to be on the ground. Okay, Flippy drives by together with his other teammate Tuyul, and they will land themselves in this building. But before that, Zero says, nope, you're not going to go in.
Oh, there's going to be some backfires on the backside. It's going to be Hazel firing and responding back. But unfortunately, they lost heavy casualty on the side of MORPH. Despite he got himself to elimination, but here comes the crash, and they are going to go in with an flipping of vehicles too. I mean, speaking of accident last minute.
Tuyul. Oh no, he's in trouble right now. Doesn't have time to heal up. And the other members, wait a second. Batman goes down. This could be a fight back here. Hazel finishes off Batman. Zero taken out by Adam from PEA. As now Team Flash has Zero together with Kwang. Kwang will be knocked down. Only Zeus left. Last member standing for Team Flash.
Things going really down south for Team Flash despite they're aiming for more eliminations here, but it's quite a risk for MORPH. But at least they secure themselves quite a solid number to start. One more elimination to go to hit in the 90s. Can they secure that one play of Team Flash?
Okay, here we go. Hazel will get it. And that is Team Flash. Eliminator MORPH secures 5 elimination points. Now they're at 90 points. But look at the surrounding. RRQ circling around, and RRQ is interested to be the third party.
I don't feel like 90s is still going to be safe bet here. Even XERXIA hitting the 80s actually pushed down to 9th place. Next is going to be RRQ. RRQ got 91. Any of these teams still in trouble in the very last minute. But Asa coming in, obliterate the entire crew of MORPH. MORPH ended up right on top of 90 points. And it's still not safe due to how small the gap is. XERXIA might push them through.
Well, now they'll be praying for teams below them to be eliminated, including Boom Esports, as you can see here on screen. They have Team Secret, but they're not interested to take this fight as Yummy will be eliminated. Team Secret, 3 elimination points, and they are still interested to try to take out the members of Boom Esports. But on the other side, there's TODAK as well.
Oh, there's still a shot and a chance for Boom Infinity and XERXIA to take away the points. If they can score over 93 points, that's going to be done deal for RRQ and MORPH. There's no way for them to gain any more points than that here. And these teams will take over the 2 slots above them. Right now, it's pretty tight for the race. It's down to anyone's grab still.
Okay, here we go. Team Secret and TODAK now. TODAK is desperate for these points, but Team Secret is not really desperate for it. But Soas will get the knockdown to Lynx, and Cleon is together with them. So the revive will kick in. At the same time, PA is behind. Roy will avoid all these unnecessary fights while looking at the elimination feed. As for TODAK, right now, only Cleon left.
Oh, there's PA also from the back. This is not great for TODAK. Down to one last play with Team Secret closing in. That's going to be a done deal as well. Living out at 70 points. No progress anymore. But for Sam 9, O2, I think even O2 is possible still. But for Boom,
Oh, not yet, not yet. There's still 2 Boom players. Still 2 Boom players. Calm down, people. Calm down.
oh, down to 2 against Team Secret and PA and another team from the back. This is going to be tough for the side of Boom to get out from the scuffle here. O2 Esports is there, taking Team Secret from the back with those high grounds too. And Boom is nowhere near safe.
Oh man, now it's down to Flyboy, the final member of Boom Esports, and they have still yet to secure any elimination points. Flyboy will play for survivability now, hoping for a miracle to happen, but he's going towards Roy. Okay, right now he'll just need to find all these awkward areas just to hide himself.
But there's Roy right on top. There might be a chance as we're gonna head into stage number 5. The circle will shift away, and Roy just got himself one of the vantage points up here. And speaking of desperation, they definitely plays like a desperate team for the points. And GEEK fam is just beneath them. Infinity is gonna be next. They have a shot at getting in the top 8 with Erangel and MORPH being eliminated early. Same goes for XERXIA. This is gonna be the teams that should not be fighting against each other this stage.
Yeah, it's going to be super interesting if any of these teams choose to execute onto each other. But GK just knocked down Jumper from O2, and O2, 2 active players left. I believe it's a long range shot, no follow-up on the elimination feed. As of now, XERXIA and Infinity, they will be on a Mexican standoff until if the circle forces them to move.
And then next to each other when it comes to 9th and 10th place too. And O2 Esports, unfortunately, they lost another member. Things getting very difficult with 2 players here. With this amount of terrains and this open space of the next shift of a circle, 790, despite they got on the southern part high grounds, they might actually have some troubles too. And O2 Esports have a bit of a trade-off with also Team Secret players. But PA is also brewing up problems on top of Rado, the last play for O2 Esports.
Yeah, a team that has nothing to lose. PA now secures 5 eliminations, currently dominating. Soas cooking up this nade. Fredo behind the vehicle, using his smoke to cover. Nade will not land onto Fredo. GK is still bleeding out, calling up for help. And Soas is going to be the last man standing for Team Secret. It's going to be a 1v1 with Fredo right now. And they both have information. They both have sight onto each other.
I think there's going to be a shot coming up from behind as well for Team Secret. O2 Esports PA going against the same objective here, which going to be SOAS, the last member of Team Secret. Fredo, it's down to the last wire. He secures those eliminations. O2 Esports still in the game at 4 eliminations, but it's going to be a tough hike for himself, for O2 Esports last player.
Yeah, if only you have more manpower, then it could be a different case. But we only one player, 71 points as of now. It's going to be rather difficult for O2, and plus the teams above them are still in the game. And speaking about teams in the game, Boom Esports here, Flyboy will need to move forward. He does not have the circle, but he's going to go up against Roy, and Roy will be absolutely delighted if they can eliminate Flyboy.
But he will not go down without any points here. If Porsche actually be spotted out by Flyboy, there's no backup coming in, because Car probably going to be too far. There's also another player on the right side, but it's a bit too rough for them to spot him out with this curve of the terrain. But Flyboy giving away his position. The nade didn't connect, but Porsche will be spotted out. Flyboy going on from the high grounds, but that's going to be follow-up from the side of GEEK as well. And Car reposition in an instant for the sake of Porsche's safe.
Oh, man. Porsche, he's not going to take that risk now, because Roy knows that they are still in a desperate need of points. So even though it's like one player, they're not going to take it. They will just leave it for now. Their objective is just to survive above teams below them.
Flyboy, where to run? He cannot fly right now. There's kick fam across the other side. The Blues are start to kick in too. Oh, Flyboy, he gonna go straight into Gate Fam, hoping they are not aware about his whereabouts. But Audrey can have a glimpse, and he knows exactly where. Can Flyboy secures another point? But Aizen secures it back. A 1-1 trade, but at least on the side of Boom, they managed to get one elimination. But unfortunately, we will miss Boom in week 2 Super Sunday.
Oh man, this is a awkward sight to see. Boom Esports not in this Super Sunday. And Sem9 still has a chance. But now they have Void Donkeys in front of them to try to eliminate. At the same time, Fredo, the final member of O2, was eliminated, and they are out of Super Sunday as well. Sem9 now still has a chance, but we'll also monitor the next phase of the circle. 5 more seconds, and we're in stage 5, stage 6. Okay, this circle is going to be huge. It's going to be huge for Roy. Okay, Roy needs to move forward. XERXIA has the circle. Infinity does not. Up north.
And don't forget about the teams that are still in dire need of them. It's going to be Sem9, Roy, XERXIA, Infinity still have a shot at this. VOIN Doggy, the only top team that's alive. What a turn of events. And Roy and XERXIA, they pretty much too close right now. And Sem9 and Infinity have a tie of a score at the current being too.
And here we go. XERXIA going in onto the Infinity. The Infinity, 2 active players. They're reviving their teammate, but can they do it in time? Yes, they will. Tiger X is back up, but Diehard will go down the moment they enter into the building, and Diehard might be eliminated. Still about 10% of health, but he's bleeding out right now. Free touch! Knocked down by Earth! And now, the Infinity, 2 active players left, 30k, as well as Tiger X. They need to pull a big one here against XERXIA. RNG on his knees.
Down to inside of XERXIA. All they need is extra 2 points to just push down on Roy right now. Since Roy's not taking any actions, if they get more eliminations than Roy, that's going to be a done deal. But Infinity, they cannot afford to go down as well. They have the reset, they have the revive. But for the rescue, it's not going to be enough. Infinity secures the entire crew. XERXIA secures the entire crew of Infinity. Unfortunately, Infinity will not see the light of Week 2 Super Sunday yet. But for Roy, they can catch up to XERXIA.
They have a chance right now. So, Sem9 as well, still in the game, 7 eliminations. Do not write out Sem9 just yet. This is the message they're sending to the crowd. As Sem9, now, their next focus is to get into the circle. There's another team waiting for them on the left side, but before that, they'll take their time to loot.
It's going to be GEEK Fam, their next contender, right on the left side of Sem9. There's also PA. Will it be enough bodies for for Sem9 to push the numbers up here, including that chicken? They definitely need more.
And here we go. Roy still praying hard that a teams below them gets eliminated, especially for Sem9. But now, actually, Roy they are in a position that they cannot wait anymore because they need to catch out the points of XERXIA. So it's time for them to bring the points in. Okay, GEEK Fam Isaac on top of Roy. Oh, this will be interesting.
Then the one that really needs a point here is Sem9 as well. Despite they have two players, they have to force a fight there. When it comes to the total number 77, it's not going to be enough. They have to be on the same par as XERXIA and Roy to make it through and at least get 90 points by the end of this round to push down MORPH, who's being eliminated early. But GEEK Fam, they will not go down easily as well, challenging Roy straight off the bat. PA still waiting it out, but they are quite close to the blue zone.
And speaking about the zone, we'll know the next phase in about 15 more seconds now. Now, Izane up against Roy. He'll need the points out of Izane right now. Izane fires back with SLK. Almost getting in. And Izane gets the knockdown. Izane gets the double knockdown. Izane could be the one to crush the hopes of Roy. And now it's secure points for himself. Dabru coming from the other side. And denied Roy of a chance in the Super Sunday.
That's going to be the party pooper for the side of Roy. That last play of GEEK Fam, despite they cannot make it through for their Super Sunday, yeah, they will make it difficult for the other teams. Now GEEK Fam and also PA will fight against each other. Like I mentioned before, Sem9, they have to take things into their hands here. If they don't eliminate any of these players, they will not going to be enough.
Oh man, Roy. Don't let them pass GEEK Fam at the hallway. I can imagine those stares happening there by these players later on. But now, okay, the biggest one is between XERXIA and Sem9. Sem9, do they have enough bodies here? Maybe not. Maybe not enough bodies. Maybe XERXIA have done it.
Now, if last time we saw them, they are around 77. They have to score. It's a compulsory to score this chicken plus at least another 3 or 4 eliminations. There's enough still bodies for them.
Oh, okay. Thanks for the math there. So they have to do the work. Okay, and if they can eliminate XERXIA, that will give them that chance of actually sneaking into the top 8.
Oh, XERXIA got shot from behind. It's going to be PA brewing that trouble. And PA going in for the rush, even though it's Mook a buggy. But if Sem9 can steal these 2 points, this is a point I've been waiting for this entire time.
BA, 2 players up against Damroot.
Oh, Damroot.
Oh man, Damroot. GEEK Fam really have been a nuisance here as a team that has nothing much more to play for. This one, overshot.
Close. Now it's down to Sem now whether they want to take this opportunity or not. He got XERXIA. It's going to be the action happening on the side and PA knocked down as well. Now Damroot, he needs to score another 2 more eliminations, but Yuha and the rest of Sem is right across, right on top of him as well.
Oh man.
Did you see that
Okay,
one?
he wants to steal away the
Got a
point.
clear shot.
Okay. At the same time, XERXIA is on the left side. Yuhai needs to make a decision right now. What will he focus on? And we're at stage 8 circle. Stage 8 circle. Where will it go? Sem9 needs to move a bit forward, but XERXIA has a bit of the circle.
Kind of whiffed it. Yuhai got a clear shot before the smoke even popped out just now, but XERXIA's eyeing up to the side of PA too. All eyes on PA. Everybody trying to steal all those points at the very last minute. It's going to be difficult for the side of XERXIA and Sem9, especially Sem9. They're in dire need of those points, but Damroot will be the odd one out. Damroot will be such a game changer for the teams that are so desperate to get the top 8.
Ideally, Sem9 has to eliminate XERXIA. If not, they will continue to collect points.
Oh no! Adam!
Close. Damroot! Someone to knock down Frankie, and Damroot takes away Frankie, and PEA eliminated Yuhai got one of Adam.
Oh my god, this is so close. Now all they need to deal with Sem9 is going to be XERXIA, but XERXIA, I think, did they make it through for the top 8 as well?
I mean, it's his 2nd place finish now. And if they get the chicken dinner, then it's no question. Okay, they rush in onto Dap. Oh, Dap got into the vehicle. Okay, that's an interesting move, but Dap got knocked down by Mega Earth. So now it's going to be only Yuhai. 3v1 at this moment, and Yuhai is on the lower ground. This is looking real good for XERXIA.
It's a must for UHI to get this chicken. If not, they probably will miss the Super Weekend. Sorry, the Super Sunday. But the nade's been tossed out. They definitely know UHI's position here. Dap still bleeding out. It's gonna be him being the bait. But RNJ and Megamai coming in. But UHI, he has to handle it by himself. XERXIA! They made it through as well in the last minute. But Roy, my God, what a play by XERXIA. Is it gonna be enough for SEM9?
I doubt so, because XERXIA, they were the one at number 8. They were the number 8, and by scoring this chicken dinner, they should be going through, and SEM9 could be blocked out. But we'll look at the official scores in a bit more. But you gotta give it as well to Die Hard, who played today, the entire day, making his debut in this season's PMSL. And what a comeback here it is for XERXIA!
And as for the side of Roy, well, they're definitely going to have a bit of a glare against GEEK Fam, I agree. With 5 eliminations plus a chicken, it's more than enough for them to solidify their positions into tomorrow's Super Sunday. But what a tight race here we have.
Oh man, 5 eliminations for XERXIA. That's 15 points this round. I'm imagining right now the whole GEEK Fam Roy thing here. I mean, it's going to be it's going to be a mess. Hopefully the marshals there have everything under control. But the Mega Mine is our MVP this time from XERXIA. 3 eliminations, 315 damage and 0 damage received. 38% team contribution and a survival time of 27 minutes 33 seconds. XERXIA, Mega Mine, and the entire team did absolutely well today.
Especially with their run in Miramar. That means they got themselves double chicken back-to-back in Miramar. And that kind of plays, it's a Cinderella story for XERXIA to come back. But my oh my GEEK Fam, I mean, like, if it's a team that definitely gonna get into the Super Sunday to take away Roy's place, I can get the sentiment out of it. But they couldn't even make the Super Sunday, man. We're gonna have to relive the moment of the teams that will not make it to the Super Sunday. And congratulations for the teams that made it for tomorrow.
This is absolute madness. XERXIA was the one to also take out the Infinity and taking away their hopes and dreams to be in the Super Sunday. They scored 15 points with the chicken dinner, but SEPT came in with 10 eliminations with 16 points. I don't think it's going to be enough, but we will let the official score sort itself.
Yeah, it's definitely not enough. It was a compulsory for SEPT to close with the chicken because they were a bit later when it comes to taking actions against GEEK Fam and PEA just now. But GEEK Fam, you're gonna love this team, man. And PEA as well, shutting the doors for Roy. Oh man, even RQ and MORPH, I don't know where they actually stand by the end of this run. And Infinity too, they had a shot, but unfortunately, they are just next to XERXIA before.
Oh man, the conversations that they will have in the hallway is gonna be insane. You better call the security now. Like, hold it back, hold it back, hold it back. Okay, here we go. Officially, it is VOIN, Donkey, TALON, Team Flash, Team Secret, XERXIA, Crit VIP, RQ, and MORPH to make it through.
90 is going to be the point that everybody wants to remember for week 2, last chance here. Let's see the gap, shall we? What's going to be the difference between MORPH and also the 9th place team? I feel like it's super close right now. Roy definitely going to be one of the teams that's going to be up there. Unfortunately, because they are not in the first page, so I assume probably the closest might be Roy here.
Man, gotta check that out. Or maybe it's SEPT. But the golden number is still 90. So, oh my god. 2 points.
If SEPT scores that chicken, they ended up at a 90 points. That's going to be a tie. Them and as well as MORPH.
If they score the chicken dinner, they will claim eliminations out of XERXIA. So they will be above XERXIA. And they will push down XERXIA. Yeah, we have to take into consideration the eliminations as well. But for Roy, they were only 2 points. 2 points away. 2 points. Or maybe even 3 points just to put away the tiebreaker. And it's because of who? It's because of the number 12, GEEK Fam. It's all their fault. Number 12, they have nothing to do with this.
But congratulations for top 16 for this Super Sunday, which is going to be tomorrow. Vampire Esports, D Zavis, BTR, Alter Ego, Alliance, Fandom, and KT Face Clan, and joined by our last chance qualifiers just now: VOIN, Donkey, TALON, Team Flash, Team Secret, XERXIA, Crit VIP, RQ, and MORPH. Definitely no GEEK Fam here.
Call the cops! Call the security! Call the army! Oh man, this is hard. This is hard. But what's not hard is our MVP today, Razak from VOIN Donkey, with the highest average elimination, 3.3, and the highest average damage, 537.8. He is crowned as the MVP for our last chance qualifiers, week 2.
You know what? If the MVP is actually one of GEEK Fam players, that's really rubbing the salt into the wound for Roy with that 2 points difference, man.
Oh yeah, absolutely. If it was Damroot or Aizen, because they were the ones to eliminate Roy, that's it. No longer friends. Don't call me. Don't scream at me. I don't want to see you forever. That's what Roy would say to them.
Oh man, imagine the hallway. Right now, they're definitely not talking between these teams. I swear to God. But we're gonna have to hear what they have to say from the side of XERXIA.
6 matches have passed and we already have 8 teams that qualified to Super Sunday. And now, joining me on stage, we have Mega Earth from XERXIA. Hello.
Hello.
Hello. So, Mega Earth, what was the atmosphere like within the teams during the last circle when you realized you had a chance to qualify to Super Sunday?
อยากรู้ว่าบรรยากาศในทีมตอนวงสุดท้ายเป็นยังไงบ้างครับตอนที่เรารู้ว่าเรามีโอกาสได้เข้าไปเล่นรอบซูเปอร์ซันเดย์ก็ตอนจบเกม 5 ก็ยังไม่มั่นใจแหละครับแต่พอมาเกม 6 เห็นวงมันเริ่มเข้าครับก็เลยพยายามเตือนสติกันในทีมว่าค่อยๆเล่นวงเราพยายามปิดวงเล่นไปเรื่อยๆครับใช่ครับเพิ่มความมั่นใจให้ตัวเอง At the 5th game we don't really confident in ourselves but after the 6th game the circle got us and we try to catch the circle each by each so that made us
Oh, great. And how you feeling right now after you find out that you guys qualify to Super Sunday?
รู้สึกยังไงบ้างครับหลังจากได้เล่นซูเปอร์ซันเดย์พรุ่งนี้ก็เหมือนปลดล็อกคนในทีมด้วยครับแล้วก็ปลดล็อกตัวเองที่ได้เข้าไปเล่นซูเปอร์ซันเดย์ครับ kind of like unlock your achievement and unlock myself and my teammate.
Okay, and next questions. It's your first time qualifying to Super Sunday. Do you think it was a luck or did your team make adjustment that helped you advance in the last map?
ก็วีคนี้เป็นวีคแรกนะครับที่ทีมเราได้ไปเล่นซูเปอร์ซันเดย์เราคิดว่ามันเป็นโชคช่วยหรือว่าเป็นเพราะความสามารถของเราที่เราปรับปรุงแผนการเล่นหรือว่ามีการปรับเปลี่ยนอะไรครับ
ผมคิดว่าทั้งสองครับทั้งโชคทั้งแผนการเล่นของทีมตัวเองด้วยครับเพราะว่า3เกมแรกที่หันพี่ฮาร์ดลงมาก็เหมือนช่วยคุมทีมได้อะไรหลายอย่างอยู่ครับ
I think it's both luck and skill because after the first 3 match we changed from newbie to diehard the game is improved and he used to be the leader.
Alright, and which teams that makes you the most nervous at the last map?
ทีมไหนที่ทำให้เรารู้สึกฉิวเฉียดมากที่สุดครับ
ตอนจบเกม5คงเป็นรอยครับเพราะเขาอยู่ที่
I think it's Roy because at the end of 5th game they are on the 8th place.
Okay, and last questions. Which issues have prevented your teams from performing well and what adjustment will you make for tomorrow's matches?
อะไรคือปัญหาของทีมเราที่เราคิดว่าต้องได้รับการแก้ไขเพื่อจะไปการเล่นพรุ่งนี้ในซูเปอร์ซันเดย์ครับ
8ก็คงเป็นการใจเย็นลงอะครับแล้วก็การพูดกันในทีมให้เยอะๆครับสื่อสารโต้ตอบกันเยอะๆใช่ครับ
I think it's a communication in teams and also how you calm yourself down in the game.
Oh, and last things. What you want to see to your fans to cheer you up for tomorrow's matches?
มีอะไรอยากบอกแฟนคลับที่คอยเชียร์เราอยู่ไหมครับ
Love you so much ครับ
Love you so much.
Love you so much, Kap. Alright, thank you so much, Mega Earth. And now it's time to toss it back to our casters to wrap up the day. And I'll see you again for tomorrow matches. Bye.
Somebody gotta get a towel for our translator because he must be sweating for XERXIA as well.
Yeah, Mr. Pooh. I mean, he's definitely sweating for Roy too. Just now, I mean, if only we have the interview with GEEK Fam and Roy just now. I mean, it's gonna be painful. But imagine, I wanna hear what they gotta have to say against each other. You know, both didn't make it through, and thanks to GEEK Fam, Roy. Oh, that was so close, man.
It would be nice to do like, you know, like that MMA face off. Yeah, like tell it to your opponent right now what you want to say, you know, after that round. That'd be crazy. I want someone to go backstage and record what happens between GEEK Fam and Roy. Come on, that's good content.
I want to see like the players' reaction of Roy when GEEK Fam took away their hope and dream for week 2.
Like the other players, right? Like those that
Yeah, we need to see their players' reaction. It was from GEEK Fam, that's the thing. If it's coming up from XERXIA, we still can, you know what, it makes sense in that certain aspect of POV, right? Because they're desperate to get into the Super Sunday, but it's from GEEK Fam.
Of all teams. That has nothing to do with the fight, right? And it can't get even crazier. This is even crazier than week 1.
You know, it's so. I mean, the most heartbreaking is also still gonna be Panda because of that 1 point difference. But now it's only 2 points as well. And you know what? It was something that can change because they survived quite a long time.
Man, it's truly not about the points. It's all about the storyline here. So GEEK Fam, you are responsible for this, okay? It's your fault, okay? But thanks to GEEK Fam, we had a very entertaining closure to our last chance qualifiers, and this is it. It's all wrapped up. We have our top 16 teams for week number 2. So tomorrow will be week number 2's a Super Sunday, an actual Sunday, by the way, ladies and gentlemen. So make sure you stay tuned. It's going to be happening at the same time, same channel. We're going to have Metro Royal before we begin, so do come by and support the English channel as well. My name is XERXIA, together with the amazing Chuchu. It has been a wonderful day. We'll see you guys again tomorrow. Bye!